Good morning to everybody. Thanks for being here in Limassol and online. I'm Benjamin Omer from the French school at Athens, École Française d'Athènes, and I was the scientific coordinator of the Anquise project you might already have heard of. So we are delighted to have you with us today. I would like to extend a very big thanks to Marinos Ioannidis, who is hosting us today within the Digital Heritage Summit. So today, to be clear, we have one purpose, to move from the diagnosis of the situation of illicit trafficking of cultural property in Europe to a proposal that the Anquise project, together with the Marinos Ioannidis, but also from the other projects of the Cluster 2 of Horizon Europe, being Enigma and Aurora, we have a proposal to set forward a European Interdisciplinary Competence Center, and we will talk about this today. So just to give you an idea of how we are going to organize our debate, we will first discuss the diagnosis of the situation of illicit trafficking in Europe. Then we will have an advocacy session with people supporting the proposal of the Competence Center, and then we will have a discussion on how to set the Competence Center and make it become a reality. So to open this day formally, it is my honor to give the floor to Professor Véronique Shankowski from the École Française d'Athènes, and she was also the coordinator of the Anquise project. I'm delighted also to present again Marinos Ioannidis, that you all know, director of the UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage at the Cyprus University of Technology, and also Professor Antonia Moropoulou, Vice President of the Technical Chamber in Greece. Véronique, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to extend all this thanks to the great Cypriot hospitality that we have been enjoying, and especially the Cyprus University of Technology, which is hosting the event. So as Benjamin told you, I'm the director of the French School of Athens, a French research institutions that is dealing with mostly archaeology, but not only. And we have been working on the topic of the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural heritage for years now, leading this European project in the framework of Horizon Europe and Anquise. And we've been also working with the other projects of the Cluster 2 that were involved in the same topic. Basically, with our team and our consortium and the network we've built all together has been working 10 years now with European projects on this specific topic. This is a very special phenomenon that we're dealing with, speaking about illicit trafficking of cultural heritage. Either we are archaeologists or lawyers and law enforcement agencies or tech developers, we are all concerned by the issue. As an archaeologist, I've been dealing with this because, first of all, when you start a research and you are dealing with material that is unpublished and coming from art markets, the huge proportion of it means that everybody has the problem. So we have to face this problem. And we've been trying to do that for 10 years now, understanding the specificities of the phenomenon of illicit trafficking of cultural heritage. That is the need of a holistic approach. It is not a topic that can be solved not by one person, nor by one university, nor by one team. It's an interdisciplinary approach that is necessary. Not a single institution can deal with that. Not a single tool either can solve the problem. And the problem is evolving. At the moment we're speaking, there are new methodologies from the looters, there are new conflicts in the world that are creating more and more problems and more threat to cultural heritage. So the quick evolution of the problem create the necessity for research, but also for action. And this is the goal of the event of this day. In the framework of Anquise, this European project, and also in the framework of the other projects of the Cluster 2, Aurora and Enigma, and as well with different other European projects that were running these last years. We've created a great network. We've also created strong policy recommendation to the European Commission. So we're very grateful to our colleague Marinos Ioannidis to allow us to take the opportunity of this Digital Heritage Summit in the framework of under the Cypriot presidency of the Council of the European Union, because it's really the moment to address this strong recommendation that is coming from our different studies. We need now to discuss the issue of the sustainability of our initiatives, because not a single European project, nor 2 or 5 of them or 10 of them can solve this big problem. What we need now is to go to the next step, to take the strong basis that has been built with our policy recommendation and to see how it can be sustainable, what kind of proposal we can address to the European Commission in order to make all these initiatives sustainable, in order to have something strong, a strong basis on which we will be able to build on for other initiatives and not always start again new initiatives without a basis. So it is really very much about sustainability. And what we want to do is to discuss in details the approach that we have started to develop in our policy recommendation, and basically the idea of creating a competence center at a European level to address the issue of illicit trafficking of cultural heritage. So the organization of the event has been very carefully scenarized, and in every as in every good scenario, there are 3 acts. The first one will be the analysis, the diagnosis. The second one will be the advocacy, and then we will go to the conclusions and recommendations. So I'm happy to give the floor now to Marinos Ioannidis, and then we will go to the next steps.
Thank you very much, Veronique. Kalimera, bonjour, welcome, bienvenue in Limassol. Thank you very, very much for accepting to be with us together and actively involved for the setting up and organization of this unique day today. I would like to express also my appreciation and thanks to the entire team, Benjamin especially, and of course Michael Calcia, Corinne, Pier Giacomo, Marco, for working in the last 3-4 months to set up this agenda. Going now to the topic, I would like to start in the other way around as Veronique started. The Department of Justice in the United States declared the area of illicit trafficking in cultural heritage as the 3rd, pay attention now, the 3rd biggest black market in the world. There is where we are, the 3rd biggest. The turnover is a multi-billion dollars of turnover. Having that in mind, we are 100% sure that the first attempt of the European Union to fund 3 projects to work in this area with a total amount of 12 million euro, it's nothing. it's nothing. It is a drop of oil in the ocean. Yeah? Do we agree? And there is where we are. Now, if you take and investigate this black market, you face one very important thing. A big part of the market is happening where? On our ground. Either because all the artifacts are moving through Europe from the different other continents to other destinations, or the artifacts are real, made in Europe, yeah, from our grandfathers. Cyprus has a lot to say. And if you may allow me, Veronique, in the break, coffee break, I would like to show to you a nice video clip from the past, from the time of the war. You know that after the Second World War in Europe, the first war happened on the ground of Europe, was here in Cyprus 52 years ago. And what illicit trafficking means for Cypriots, we know it. I'm sure that you will not find a Cypriot who has no idea about that. And there is where we appreciate also sometimes that countries like your countries are hosting a part of our continent. Yeah? So the French Archaeological School is also in charge of the excavations of a city not so far away from Limassol. And to be honest to you, is the city out of which Limassol was born. It's Amathus, next to us. And the time when I repatriated, started to work here in Limassol, I had the opportunity to work closely with your colleagues 30 years ago, and we reconstructed the temple of Venus on the top of the hill of Amathus. And 3D printed. I have it even in the lab. I will bring it during the lunchtime here. The first ever 3D print in Cyprus in the domain of cultural heritage. And of course, different kind of digitizations that we did with your organization in Louvre. The first ever digitization in Louvre was carried out in cooperation with French Archaeological School in Athens. And by saying this, Europe has to invest more. This is the momentum now, and with the initiative of Anchi's project to come up with a recommendation, to hand it over to the presidency, to have a political decision at the end or by the summer latest, so far as fighting of illicit trafficking concern, but in the correct and systematic one way, not just with these epileptical reactions, okay, I will give a couple of millions and that's it. And once when the project comes to an end, there is no continuation, no sustainability. So that's all about, and this is the mission of today. And once again, thank you very much, Veronique, for giving us this opportunity. I have to say that and apologize on behalf of them. The representative of the Cypriot presidency is in the middle of the highway on an accident. Okay? He's stuck. He cannot come. As soon as he manages, he's going to come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marinos. And maybe since we still have a few minutes for the introductory remarks, you want to give the floor to Professor Antonia Moropoulou. It's maybe the right moment to introduce the morning session.
Yes. Antonia Moropoulou is an emeritus. Antonia Moropoulou is an emeritus professor of the National Technical University of Athens with more than 30, 40 years of work in the domain of cultural heritage. She is coming from the material, from the chemical engineering area, and the work that she did is unique, but I'm not going to tell you. No. Some of you had the experience, the work, because she presented that, but she's here, she can say it better. Antonio, floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Omer, Veronique, Marinos. I'm very glad to be here with you today because actually the work we are doing has to sustain and reveal and reuse cultural heritage, but should prohibit the speculation and exploitation of it, and in this case, because of illicit trafficking. Of course, within the works I have presented to you through the Evlogon project in Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, in the Tomb of Christ, the Holy Edicule in Jerusalem, in many Byzantine churches in Greece, in Venetian masonries around Greece, Italy, Mediterranean. I have been acquainted with the need not only to protect the authenticity of historic materials and structures, but with the need as well to employ our interdisciplinary scientific tools, and that is Evlogon, to work together from archaeology and sociology and even theology and history to engineering and architectural disciplines in order to promote the issue of cultural heritage in its value. And illicit trafficking needs a joint venture from all these scientific disciplines and from all nations that are being included without their will into this vicious cycle of illicit trafficking. In the diagnosis of the issue, materials should act as we say in Greece, lidia lithos, as the judging criterion for the authenticity of what we are dealing with, from materials to the ID, which we can recognize through the image processing, through the digitization. We have to provide a toolkit which will not permit illicit trafficking, which will register and document what is really happening. And I will be very glad if we participate in this joint effort, and especially from another point of view as well, representing here the 120,000 of Greek engineers of all disciplines, from architecture to civil engineering and all. I can tell you that my colleagues are every day excavating in order to construct around Greece, are every day coming in their hands with many issues of cultural heritage that are not being registered because there is not any procedure. So we should have to include procedures of registering findings which are coming out from the productive processes of construction. And we have to go on with all the others. So this is a great challenge. This is a multilateral challenge, and we are here to participate in addressing it for a sustainable future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. So it was an honor to have your kind words for starting this event. In fact, during the project that we were all running, we were very here to promote bottom-up approaches, because without the knowledge of the people from the field, the people from their own context, from museums, from archaeological field, from research, from any domain that is deeply embedded in finding solutions, without this bottom-up approach, you cannot reach real, concrete, and sustainable solutions. So one of the main issues, the first issues that we're usually facing in this fight against illicit trafficking is how to deal with the documentation. Speaking about museums, speaking about research centers, speaking about any domain involved in cultural heritage, documentation is a key question. And this is something at the French school that we've been facing with and dealing with our colleagues, or Cypriot colleagues, or Greek colleagues, and everywhere also in the world. We know that documentation is one of the first steps that we need to address and to, for which we need to bring operational solutions. So we will start this first round with a keynote lecture to introduce the topic. And we have the chance to have online Eleanor Fink. She's a pioneer, as you know, of the standardization of cultural heritage documentation and originator of Object IDEA. So this is one of the main points that we wanted to address first, and then we will continue with a round of questions, discussion with specialists that will highlight different aspects of the topic. So, Eleanor, thanks a lot for being online from far away, and we're just on time, so it's really an honor to have you. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. I always deeply appreciate being able to participate in the EuroMed conferences because it brings together so many cutting-edge technologies and projects. Also, I'm privileged to serve as an advisor on many of them. And I also just would like to thank the organizers, especially over the last few days, for solving all the logistical problems. Now, I'm wondering if you see my presentation, because I hit share, but a screen popped up that's quite different from what I normally see. Is the presentation showing?
We are not seeing it for the moment.
We're not seeing it. Okay. Well, Object ID is well known, of course, in Europe. It is embedded in so many of the art theft databases, police databases, Interpol. It's been endorsed by UNESCO. So it is well known. I'm still trying to work on the PowerPoint, but here it's just a little bit different from I have the share screen. But it did originate in the United States, and it was not initially developed by the Getty Museum, as many people seem to think, or by the Getty Trust, but by the Getty Information Institute. And the Getty Information Institute is all about, or was all about, documentation, because documentation is so essential. But more than that, when I became the director, I reorganized it around the concept of universal access to images and art information, meaning being able to search across data silos. And all of the documentation standards and tools globally that we produced were a way of achieving universal access, like the Getty vocabularies or the metadata standards, like categories for the description of works of art and so forth. But the precise kind of impetus for Object ID came about in 1990. Now, of course, Interpol has talked about looting of cultural heritage as a high-profit business with strong links to organized crime. Now, we still don't see the PowerPoint. It's so weird.
Maybe let's solve this technical question first.
Eleanor, we are trying to put it on our own
Your
computer,
own,
but it
yeah.
might take a few seconds.
Is it there now?
No, I think you have to maybe to stop sharing and reshare your screen. That might be the problem.
Okay, let me see. And as Marino's alluded, I'm still trying to talk, so because I'm being respectful of the time. As Marino's indicated, the U.S. is the largest single market for arts and antiquities globally, with an estimated 28.3 billion. And so it tends to be a primary venue for both illicit and illicitly looted cultural property. But the exact impetus came in 1990 when I happened to be in Washington, D.C. at FBI, Interpol. They shared offices, quarters. And I was very excited because a report came in about a stolen work of art from Amsterdam. And I said, oh, what happens next? And they said, well, and I was shocked at what they told me. What they told me was actually that it was going to take months for this information about this particular stolen work of art to get out and be communicated across police databases. And the reason for that is it was a long report. It was the curatorial record. It was number one, it was in Dutch. And number two, they needed to enter and re-enter it in their own database before they could then share it with other police databases. And I was even more shocked to find out that all the police had different databases. All the police had different technical platforms. They could not share data. And even in 1991, which was a long time ago in many respects, it just seemed ridiculous because we had entered the technological age by then. There was no question, about that. Okay, so let me just say now quickly as I'm talking, I just can't seem to get out of this. You can still hear me?
We hear you very well. We're just not seeing your presentation, but we are trying to put it on our screen.
Yeah, I don't know why that. I knew that the obstacle was not a lack of technology. That wasn't a problem then, and it still isn't the obstacle. The obstacle was people, policies, and the will to collaborate. And they're still obstacles today, I would say, because none of the police databases were able in the 1990s, as I mentioned, to share information. And also key cultural heritage organizations, and such as UNESCO, ICOM, and the Council of Europe, were competing at that point. That was my experience. They were competing rather than working together. Yet each wanted to stem looting and theft of cultural property. Also, there was no concise metadata standard to rapidly report a stolen object that a customs or law enforcement officer would find useful. Also, one had to consider that if you develop something, that museums and cultural heritage institutions would not want to replace their current documentation. So these were the obstacles, and many, as I said, which still exist today, that were faced. Now, let me
Eleanor, I'm interrupting you. We are seeing your PowerPoint now. Maybe you can share it here.
Yeah, I'm beyond obstacles. I don't know if you can quickly go to where I am now. Can you? Okay, that's it now. Is that you?
Yeah, we are trying to put it on the big screen, and we will put it at the right slide.
So what seemed very important at that point to do was to analyze the objectives of the stakeholders of these cultural heritage organizations and to cultivate interest and trust among them. So UNESCO's issue was primarily, UNESCO didn't appreciate initially that someone from the Getty in particular was coming to try to organize something about looting and theft of cultural property. UNESCO was trying to promote a policy where a museum, including those in the US, would report the name of a dealer who approached them to sell an object, because often illicit materials get into museums through a dealer. And the Getty Museum at that time refused to agree that they would ever reveal the name of the dealer. So I had to make it clear to them, I'm not the Getty Museum. I'm a separate institute from the Getty. That eased our relationship. The Council of Europe was doing something quite interesting. It was interested in this whole issue, but they also had achieved a fiche minimale for architecture. And in fact, they invited me for a year or more to be an observer at all of their meetings. And I went to their final meeting in Nantes, where this fiche minimale was endorsed and accepted. And I started thinking, we need to do something similar for art objects. ICOM was interested, but it wanted to be in a kind of a lead role. And USAID, sadly to mention USAID, which no longer exists, was very, very knowledgeable on who was doing what and where. So I found bringing them into this was quite useful. Interpol had the issue of not being able to work with non-governmental organizations. So out of an analysis and going to Europe many times to meet with all of these organizations, I was able to convene a 3-day meeting in Paris in 1993 and produce a white paper that, as we heard this morning, no single institution can achieve this. The obstacles were huge. I mean, the theft and the looting was enormous, and there was no single organization that could hope to solve that issue. And I made that very clear in the white paper. And over a 3-day period, we began to ease a role for everyone. The Council of Europe's fiche minimale would become the methodology for identifying object ID. I even used some of their consultants, as it turned out. ICOM would be positioned to be an interlocker with Interpol and the police, and this helped get them on board. And as I mentioned, UNESCO was happy to understand that I was not the Getty Museum. So we were able to form an alliance. Everybody agreed to finally work together, like we're trying to do at the end of the day today, towards to try to solve this important issue. And then came this whole idea of doing a survey to try to identify what should object ID be. So it was the building of object ID. And the survey was sent out to all of the members of these organizations that were participating, the key organizations. There were 1,000 responses from 84 countries. And the findings informed a series of roundtable meetings of experts drawn from concerned communities. So, for example, I hope you're seeing that slide, building object ID, expert roundtables to build consensus, shows you that in 1994, we convened a meeting of conservation specialists, worldwide conservation specialists. It took place in Washington, D.C., to try to get their input into markings, unique markings on an object, for example. Then in 1995, it was the Museum Documentation Specialists, CDOC, in Edinburgh, art specialists at Lloyd's of London in 1996, dealers and appraisers of art and antiquities at the Winterthur Museum in 1996, and then a conference on law enforcement agencies and commercial art theft databases in Prague in 1996. And out of this came acceptance of object ID categories. And here are the percentages. As you know, object ID is just the minimum information. It's just the basic information, something a customs official might be able to understand. And here are the categories by percentage. So then there was a conference in May of 1997 in Amsterdam, and it was officially launched. And immediately, even to my surprise, a UNESCO endorsed object ID. It was widely adopted by organizations. Most police, art theft, and law enforcement agencies use it. Art Loss Register, the Council for the Prevention of Art Theft, ICOM, CDOC, UNESCO. even the Royal Tropical Institute in Den Haag, Appraisers Association of America, Gallery Systems incorporated Object ID into the systems that it provides or sells to museums. And even in the insurance companies found it very useful. They could tell their clients, here, make an inventory. You must have an inventory of your holdings and things. And in the United States, the US Army has it in a training manual, and immigrations and customs and law enforcement use it. So it's really been widely accepted. But it became more than just a reporting mechanism. It became a way, because it was needed at the time. People don't like to just create from scratch sometimes, a way of doing a simple inventory. In fact, UNESCO in the 1970 Convention on the Means of Prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property, in Recommendation 6 suggested that it could be a way of doing a national inventory for cultural property, and that the Object ID standard should be used. Now, looking as we are here today, gathered today, and on what we hope to discuss at the end of the day, looking to the future, this was the 1990s to 1997. Now we are living in a digital era. Much has happened. Technology has exploded since the time Object ID was established. And AI brings even new possibilities. Still, documentation remains essential, especially accurate and high quality data. And there have been paradigm shifts since then in how we store and access information with cloud and data spaces. We're going to hear more about the EU, and I've served as an advisor on Enigma project that has incorporated Object ID and attempted to create an ecosystem for reporting stolen and looted cultural property. But Enigma is very new. Time will tell. Likewise, the issue is that still today, we cannot search across art theft and police databases by object or subject. And many years ago, at my first EuroMed, I gave a talk about this work, and maybe Tom is going to talk about it as well, the head of Christ that was stolen from the apse of the Church of the Nicosia here in Cyprus. Who would have known it went from Cyprus to Germany to a dealer in Amsterdam, and then an American, Peg Goldberg, came, and then she bought it, and then it got to the United States, and then, as Tom may go into, there was a trial. But these things move. But how would Cyprus know where it is with not being able to search across all art theft databases to try to locate something that you have lost, that has been stolen? So to really stem illicit trafficking of cultural property, I think interoperability across the universe of data is essential. And this can be done. We just need cooperation in order to do that. And we need centers of excellence and competency that we're going to be talking about today for advancing the next generation of specialists, methodologies, infrastructures, and intelligence systems to ensure a holistic approach to documenting our, cultural heritage. So we need the capacity building and training, of course. We need monitoring, prevention, satellite technology. And in fact, we really should try to update Object ID, since it's already embedded in so many systems, and take advantage of holistic and forensic technologies. And the updated Object ID then should be embedded in the EDM and other standards like Lido. I think it may be already in Lido, and the Dublin Core. So I was trying to be very respectful of the time. So this is the presentation, and I thank you. And I just wanted to end it with a quote that I appreciate from Donald Knuth about science is what we understand well enough to explain to a computer. art is everything else we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eleanor. You did great and perfectly on time. Thank you for that as well. It's really inspiring, and we are all very grateful to have your feedback and experience, because you were also emphasizing how the problem is too large for a single organization, and showing how the fragmentation, having different platforms, competing organization, no concise metadata standards is one of the main problems we're facing. So now we would like to, as I said, our approach is really bottom-up, and so we would like to gather now different specialists of other fields, among which we have cultural heritage professionals, law enforcement agencies, and tech development, the Council of Europe as well. So I will give the floor to Benjamin to introduce our colleagues. I'm very grateful to them for being there. And we will see how big are the other needs, because the topic, the fight against illicit trafficking, is also overdue for technological development. This is one of the main approaches that we need to face now. There are also different legal approaches that we want to address also during this session. So, Benjamin, please.
Thank you very much, Veronique, and I would like to extend a very special thanks to Eleanor, who was joining us from Washington and at 2 a.m. in the morning, so it was a pleasure to have her. So now I have the pleasure to welcome Thomas Klein, who is already with us on stage, who is a cultural heritage lawyer. I will also welcome Monika Gödorn-Saupe. I hope I say it well. So she's joining us from the University of Applied Sciences in Berlin. And Axel Kerep, our dear colleague from the Anquis project, who is representing the Parks Society. And we are also joined online by Dr. Oscar Alarcón Jiménez from the Secretariat of the Nicosia Convention of the Council of Europe. And I would like to just give one more thank to Eleanor. Veronique, the floor is yours to start the conversation on the diagnosis we faced and on what the situation is right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll start with the legal issues, maybe. With Thomas Klein, you have litigated cross-border restitution cases for 3 decades, including several involving Cyprus. From your vantage point as a practitioner, where do the European legal and institutional fault lines actually break down when an object crosses a border? We would like to have your insight on that point.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am very pleased to be here, very honored. I want to thank Marinos for his energy and all he has done. Excuse me. Someone has to say, and I'm the one to say it, there's a reason why we're here in Cyprus, and there's a reason why all the energy in this area is coming from Cyprus. Few countries in the last 50 to 70 years have suffered like Cyprus has, with the loss of tens of thousands of objects, looting of every church in the north, stripping of Christian iconography, looting of private museums, homes, archaeological sites, and rather than just lick its wounds, Cyprus has been energized and has been a leader in recovering lost property, and also now a leader in thought. And let's start, can we, this is what Warsaw looked like when the Germans were done with it after the 44 rebellion. Monty Python, I don't know if we have any Monty Python fans, says no one anticipates the Spanish Inquisition. Well, no one imagined the extent of looting and destruction in World War II. The further we get from it, the harder it becomes to appreciate it and take it seriously, but there were only a couple of buildings left standing in Warsaw, and of course, objects were stolen from the National Gallery there. So click again, please. So we can't, there's really no way to prepare for destruction on this level, and I'm sure if I showed you a picture of Berlin at the end of the war, it would look the same. So let's go ahead. I'm sure you all noticed that when you came here that Cyprus is in fact an island, and it's divided across the middle by a boundary, not a border. It's still one country, even though there's an occupied area in the middle. Keep going, please. This is the Nicosia Church, which was referred to before by Eleanor. It's magnificent structure. It's been abandoned, well, it's been empty and ill-used since 1974. Again, please. This is the world-famous composition also that Eleanor was referring to. It's the adolescent Christ on Mary's robe, and on one side, the archangel, although there's some damage. It was largely intact when it was consolidated and restored by the Department of Antiquities, along with Dumbarton Oak Center from Washington, D.C. And the next picture is the one that's really important. This mosaic was documented, the church was documented by Dumbarton Oaks in Washington, D.C. So when it came to litigation to get fragments back, we had all the proof we needed. There was never any question that these were the same mosaics. And one more click, please. This is what the apse of the church looks like now. We did get this document into evidence. It shows the violence of this theft of the mosaics, and it's just one scar and one church. But yeah, go ahead, please. These are the two fragments that showed up in Indianapolis, 2 of 4 that we litigated, and we got back for the Archbishop. And if you go to Nicosia, you can see them in the Archbishop's museum. If you look closely, you can see rough edges and 1,500-year-old straw that shows that these were violently taken and not with any kind of permission from the church, which is what we needed to show. So let's go ahead and click again. As a result of our efforts, the government of Cyprus and the church discovered the thief smuggler named Aidan Diekman living in Munich. There was an organized network bringing together tens of thousands of objects from all over the occupied area and taking the most museum-worthy, market-worthy objects to him in Munich. Stay with the other one, please. You can find this on the internet. The authorities here in Cyprus staged a sting operation working with German police and seized another 1,000+ objects from Aidan Diekman. And here again is the importance of documentation. The church got back 200-300 objects, which was terrific, but they could not prove ownership of the remaining objects. So the church was not prepared, the government was not prepared, objects were not documented, and a second case that I handled for Cyprus for the Metropole of Morphu involved 6 icons from churches in the occupied area. Maria Pafidi, who was here earlier in the week, worked as my expert, and she was able to be sure that we could identify 4 of the fragments, but for the last 2, there was simply no documentation. They were Cypriot type, and of course, she knew they came from the occupied area. Where else would they come from? But it couldn't be proven, so we settled that case. But it's a stark demonstration of the importance of documentation in recovery of art, stolen art, and looted cultural property. Okay, let's go ahead. This is the Sevso Silver case, which goes back to the beginning of the time I started working on these issues, so many of you may not have heard of it. It was a very famous, at the time, group of silver objects. Came up for sale at a major auction house. First Lebanon claimed them, then Yugoslavia, replaced by Croatia, and then Hungary claimed them. And it's a classic case of what happens when there's no documentation. There was proof that was very generic, plates maybe of the same size, different kinds of objects. So what do you think happens when there's no proof? The objects went back to the possessor, but they were stuck there because people understood that they were probably stolen out of the ground. They just didn't know where. Hungary seems to be the most likely candidate, and they've done some settlements since then. But it's a loss to everyone when we don't know what something is. When objects are stolen out of the ground, it becomes very, very difficult to provide documentation. But for those objects that we know of, I endorse what Eleanor said. We need to be documenting them. Let's go ahead, please. Yeah, you can click 8 times. No, 7 times. So these are the Quedlinburg treasures, which another case I worked on. In the upper right-hand corner, you'll see the Samuel Gospels, not quite as old as the Kanakuriya mosaics, but 1,000-year-old Gospels, the most prominent object. These were all reliquaries, a comb used for combing the beard of the king at ceremonies. In Quedlinburg, which was a royal capital of Germany, these objects were stolen by an American lieutenant, brought home to Texas, where he kept them hidden. And eventually, we found the family. After he died, his family tried to sell them, and we found them. Now, these have been missing for, we were operating in 1990-91, and they've been missing since 46. Nonetheless, there was an expert in Berlin who could prepare an affidavit working from drawings and from his lifelong study of these objects. So there was really no question that these were from Quedlinburg. The possessors tried to say they were trinkets, but they weren't, obviously, and so we were able to recover them. Let's go forward, please. Yeah. So on the right, you see a statue from Cambodia, and the feet still in Cambodia. Once the feet were found, it was easy to settle. Upper left-hand corner, a not very prepossessing young man who succeeded in stealing over 100 manuscripts from a monastery in northern Greece. The one on the volume there was found at the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. You see the asterisks. I don't want to upset anybody, but the story of the woman taken in adultery is not generally accepted by biblical scholars, so it was marked with red in this particular manuscript, and that's how the Museum of the Bible realized it was stolen from Kozominica in a monastery in northern Greece. Down at the bottom left-hand corner is a painting that's very well known to have come from a Jewish family. There's a picture of it on the walls, and it was, this case has gone to the Supreme Court twice. It's been handled by the California legislature. The U.S. Congress has tried to help, and it's been in litigation for 2-3 decades. So even when the objects are known, the litigation is very complex, but we need to have that documentation. And then the last one is a bell stolen by Matthew Perry from Okinawa when he cruised the Pacific. He claimed it was a gift from Okinawa, and the Okinawan said no, he wouldn't leave. So they had documentation of his theft, and an agreement was reached. This was at the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, and they hit it with a bowling pin every time the Naval Academy scored a touchdown. So let's go forward, please. So here's where we find ourselves. We're preparing for the next disaster. I'm sure Ukraine wasn't prepared, Gaza wasn't prepared. How do we prepare? And the answer, as Eleanor said, document. Now, a photograph is really, up to now, has been the best evidence. And when I started practicing law, the procedures were just changing. You used to have the photographer, talked about what kind of camera he used, what his settings were, and law has gotten beyond that. The real question now with the photograph is it accurate? Does it accurately show what it purports to show? And I put it to you that that's what we're going to have to establish with 3D documentation. So when 3D documentation gets to the courtroom, or to any kind of official proceeding, legislative, county, whatever, it's going to have to be established, but it shows what it purports to show. And I heard so much variability this week, lack of standards. Now, one standard would be nice. Standards for everybody would be nice, because whoever is testifying should say, well, this conforms to the standard. So we have ground to cover to make 3D document digitization useful in the legal context. And then I'm not an expert on AI, but that I think scares people. And if AI is used in creating images, we'll have to establish again that the image is what it purports to be. And one more click. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate your interest in this area.
So thank you very much, Thomas. I think you made it very clear how restitution cases reveal the limits of bilateral cooperation and also the issue of the absence of harmonized provenance verification. So we have legal symptom. We would like also to have a legal response because there exists some, at the European level, ambitious criminal law instruments. And I'm moving now to Oscar. The convention, the Nicosia Convention, is the most ambitious criminal law instrument ever adopted at European level for the protection of cultural property, yet its ratification across Europe remains uneven. So would like you to explain us what does this text bring to the European legal architecture and what does the space of ratification tell us about the place cultural heritage protection occupies in the European political agenda. And so please, also for the next speaker, because we're running out of time, if possible, make your answer quick and focused. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Kalimera. And thank you for the organizers. Thank you, the organizers, for having invited the Council of Europe to participate in this event. Following the instructions of Mrs. Chair, I will be brief, but I will, of course, go directly to the topic. The Nicosia Convention is indeed considered the most ambitious instruments in this field. Because it's the first international legally binding instrument or treaty specifically criminalizing acts ranging from illicit excavation to trafficking, filling a critical gap in the European, I would say, legal architecture. However, the uneven ratification that you mentioned tells an important issue. In fact, despite high-level political declarations recognized by different countries, recognizing culture as a pillar of democracy, a lot of countries, European countries and other countries, face significant practical hurdles or barriers for translating this commitment to an enforceable criminal law. So let's move to the important part. What does the Nicosia Convention brings to the legal architecture? Okay. Before the Nicosia Convention, the legal landscape for protecting cultural property was based on civil instruments like the 1970 conventions from UNESCO. which focus mainly on preventing theft and regulating trade, but lacked a unified criminal law backbone. And this is where the Nicosia Convention comes into it. The Nicosia Convention transformed the fight against cultural property crime from a diplomatic effort into a law enforcement priority. Okay, so what crimes can be combated under the Nicosia Convention? Well, the Nicosia Convention focuses mainly on 3 criminal acts: destruction and theft, damage, and illicit trafficking. Notwithstanding, it also deals with certain various other related offenses. It must be said that the first 2 crimes or criminal offenses, whose irreversibility, if I may say so, make them actions of the utmost gravity, have been orphaned of an international legal basis. So destruction and theft, including looting and also illicit excavation, can be considered as a primary crimes committed before the objects reach the market, if at all. Then the damage to property occurs for various reasons, including ideology or politically driven vandalism and so on. And this is, of course, as a consequence of physical actions on cultural property. And then as a second step, illicit trafficking occurs when the goods become part of the so-called art market because the economic benefits to be gained from them. So these, I would say, are the major elements to be considered. However, offenses may be committed by looters, vandals, thieves, buyers, or sellers. On occasions, these actions of these individuals may also taint and transfer liability to legal persons, and this is another important element to be considered within the Nicosia Convention. So legal actors are also or should also be taken into consideration. And of course, taking into consideration that the Nicosia Convention is a criminal law convention, it should be considered that aggravating circumstances are also important for the legal chain. And this is the major topic that I would like to say in relation to the Nicosia Convention. So, in fact, the Nicosia Convention closes the critical legal loopholes, in particular as the importation of property stolen or illegally exported from another state.
Thank you very much for your insight. So it's really a strong and ambitious legal framework, and which also highlights the need of support to move forward to the implementation.
Indeed. Yes, unfortunately, up to now, sorry if I just mentioned this last issue, is that only 7 countries have ratified the Nicosia Convention. So there might be a political, a very good interest from countries to protect their cultural heritage. However, for the time being, only 7 countries have ratified the Nicosia Convention, and another 7 countries have signed the convention. So I take this opportunity to encourage countries, not only European countries, but worldwide other countries, to join the convention, if I may say so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So on the other side, we have the museums. Museums and documentation are often presented as the foundational layer of any anti-trafficking response. So I would like to move now to Monica and to ask you, from your perspective, what is the state of this documentary base across European museums, and what are the consequences when it is missing? Because it's a great complementary approach to what we've just been listening from the law perspective, and specifically the Nicosia Convention.
Yes, thank you very much. Looking at it from the side of the museums, we have a big variety in museum documentation. I think in every museum we are clear that documentation is needed, and there is documentation, but but depending on the possibilities of financial resources, of professional staff resources, documentation of the collection quite often is not as perfect as in theory we would like to have it. Nevertheless, within the museum community, over the years, a lot of standards have been developed how to document, and as Eleanor put it, the object ID is quite well known in the museum field. We have guidelines which have been agreed on an international level. What are the different procedures you have to follow when you document your collection, and it's from one hand from the kind of the ownership point of view. On the other hand, it's from the scientific point of view. What is the relevance of the each object for the scientific further development of the area. So, and we all know that many museums, not all, and also depending on the size and the region where they are from, and as the former chair of ICOM-CDOC, I know the whole area, but many museums nowadays have their own databases which document their collections. But many of these have been starting from in-house developments, going into using one system or the other system. And I think we really have to look into interoperability. So how do we connect? And for that, within CDOC, ICOM-CDOC, which is now called ICOM Documentation, within CDOC, the LIDO, the profile had been developed, lightweight information documenting objects, in order to really to be able to bring together in a senseful way data from the different collections. And looking at the recommendation of the object ID from the starting in the 1970s, okay, you should have a photo of each object. At the time, it was not the case. Now, more and more photos are available, and even starting with of very valuable object, the 3D representatives. Looking into this, it also means again that we have to see how we standardize this. And with the photos, let me just give one example. And putting the information on the collection online also, make it available. A museum which had quite a collection on coins and had a big amount of information about their collection online. On one day they were called by a collector. Oh, I saw that you sold this and this coin. Are you selling more of them? And the museum was totally perplexed what had happened. And so the person identified an object from this museum because he really was a collector and he knew exactly that this coin was from this museum. And so the museum learned about that a big amount of their collection had been stolen. So they didn't know about that before. So it's also something that it's good to have a visibility of the collection in order to prevent something. Okay, so just as an example. And looking on it on a wider scale, we know on ICOM we have the red lists, which want to support that police really can be more aware about objects at risk, so I think it is a field which is quite in. There is a much more need to do something, but there is already quite a lot available which we really can reuse in order to help to reduce the risk of things being stolen, and if they are stolen, recover them.
Thank you very much, Monica. So there is something that interconnects all those approaches, the legal approach, the documentation. It is the technology. We've been repeating during the European projects that we were leading that there is no magic tool to solve the issue about illicit trafficking. But the field is overdue for technological re-equipment, and obviously, it is a matter of interdisciplinarity, because without that, there is no proper tool. And again, we come to the bottom-up approach that we want to promote. But we would like you, Axel, to introduce us to your expertise and experience that you've had during those years working in European projects, in Anquis, and with other European projects as well, about this issue of the technological re-equipment and tools to be developed to help the domain.
Thank you very much, Véronique, and I would like to thank the Anquis project and Marinos especially for allowing me to be there, and the Cyprus institutions for letting us speak. If it's possible, maybe just a refresh about the technology that we have developed in Anquis, about the different tools, because that would help the discussion. So Marco, if you can launch this video. I hope you have some sound. I wanted to describe the tools, but if I move with my hands, it will be less visual. So hopefully the video will start. Okay.
Old manuscripts, mainly books. The objective is a fluorescence spectrometer, which is intended to do dating of paper. We have old manuscripts, mainly books.
Kikomo is a tool to help monitoring online marketplaces in search of stolen objects.
Artifact, for example, is an AI agent and a mobile application that will support, be a companion for the people on the field in the customs where we are today.
RC8, it's actually provide the capability to connect to different databases. Either an end user have the capability to directly connect to different databases or work on their own data.
GovRCH is a database for looted cultural goods that can be used for data aggregation, organization, sharing, and exploitation.
Econem Monitoring Toolbox is a digital platform that gathers several geospatial technologies and capabilities, 3D digitization technologies, and Earth observation technologies mainly.
The fluorescence is able to do the chemical analysis of the paper and convert it to a date.
It will monitor the online marketplaces to search for the object similar to the stolen object, and it will give an alert to the user to check if it's really the stolen object.
Once it's identified, it's possible to link the object to an expert which is linked to the program and can help them to better identify the objects, or to say it's a fake.
We provide to the end users the capability to interconnect information from different sources in order to search for different correlations between each other, to discover some possible hidden insights or hidden information that may be included in different databases or different datasets.
We use a shared way of describing information about looted objects, so data from many different databases can be aggregated, harmonized to that shared description, and then searched more effectively.
We have built 3 tools. A tool that helps specialists to find the good image that they need. The second tool is a tool to help them compare all the satellite images that they search or that are freely accessible. The third tool is the 3D platform that was built first as a 3D platform and that little by little became a multimodal platform.
The first answer I would give to you, it's because it's interesting to understand how to do new things. The other part is, we think it would be really useful for people.
There are so many objects on the online marketplaces, and they are changing quite frequently. So for menu search, it's easy to miss a stolen object. That's why automated search and monitoring will be very helpful.
Everything now is really made to ease the life of law enforcement agencies and allow cooperation with the museum curators into preserving our memory, our past, and really to secure this for the future generation.
As you can imagine, it's not too easy to do it manually in a huge table being extracted from a big, huge database that you have on your own on your local premises. So on this, we combine all of them and we try to extract a simple result into a simplified way.
We need this tool because sharing data is caring. Our goal is not to replicate tools or solutions. It's to make existing ones accessible and create a point of aggregation where to find and share information about looted objects, and at the same time also easy for everyone to use, especially for non-technical users.
Understanding what looters follow as methods will help protecting the sites.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. It was also a way to pay tribute to all of the developers and different technicians that work on the project, and thank you very much for them. To answer your question, Veronique, our assessments on the ground was that our mission was to build tools to address the different segments of the illicit trafficking fight. So, site surveillance, monitoring on the web, border control, dating manuscripts, detect forgeries. That was our missions. But what we observed is that because they were made for recommendation by experts, is that there's a gap between recommendation and practical use. And we realized that the law enforcement agencies, they were looking just for stolen objects, or some of them were monitoring the web, but they didn't have the background or the context from tools like Guard and CH, because the database, as Monica said, didn't hold all of the expert knowledge. So they just see an object, and they don't have this very important information straight away that says it is high risk, this is very highlighted area. For example, we had ICONEM, we can monitor a site, but people will watch that, but there's no gap technological pipeline that transfer this information to exploitable information for the law enforcement agencies. So we had to build the tools, we cared for interoperability, okay? But now we need the phase of integration, interconnection, articulation between these tools. And Véronique, you will pardon me again for using always this analogy about the GPS. You know, GPS, imagine you have a GPS that says, I'm going to show you the way, and you have to go on another app that says, I'm going to show you road accident, and you have to go on another app that says, oh, I'm going to show you road work, and another app that says, well, you will use 3 liters of oil. This is nonsense. As law enforcement, as museum, you need all of this information connected live together. And I think this is the next step that we're in. I think this is the project, but it needs another project. EnQuiz was the first step, and then we need another step to go and integrate, because on a technological level, this is very, very hard. Some of these tools were pre-existing. We couldn't make them again. So we had to adapt. So that leads me to maybe the next topic will be funding, but maybe that's another question, Véronique, and I will wait for you to do that. But thank you very much for your attention, and all the developers that really made an effort to give you this tool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Axel. So as you've seen in EnQuiz as a European project, we've made a lot of experiences together, and this is true also with other European projects, and we've been working with many of them. We have developed know-how, we have developed experiences, we have proof of concept for some of these aspects. But what we all together need to have now is the solid, sustainable framework. So just to close this session, I would like to ask you, all the speakers, if you had a dream, just one, what would be the recommendation, the one recommendation that you would like to address to the European Commission and to the Cypriot presidency for that purpose? How would you express this recommendation, this dream? Oscar, maybe we start with you.
Well, that's a very good question. But in fact, I mean, we can be talking about cultural property crimes as much as we wish for years and decades. The situation is that we are still now in 2026 talking about these crimes and nothing happens. That means that we need to see the situation from another perspective. And the perspective, from my point of view, is criminalizing, you know. We have the UNESCO conventions, UNIDROIT conventions, which are very good documents, but the situation still remains important. So we need to criminalize and put in jail all those criminal networks. So the European Commission should take into consideration or should not recommend, in fact, I mean, push countries to join the Nicosia Convention. Otherwise, we will remain exactly as we are, with such crimes in the reality, in the society.
Thank you. Thomas?
I think, thank you. My dream would be that there is a record of every known object in museums, private collections, wherever, photograph and history of the objects, description, so that if the unforeseen happens, it can be recovered.
Mm-hmm. Monica?
I think it would be very good if we had a working, functioning network which looks into the direction, the point you made, that we have different things which are there, but they need to be connected. And And then you have to look at it from different point of views. If you look at it from the researcher who is working on the object, he has different needs than the police or the others who have to interact with these. So we have to probably think about different levels. And of course, what we need is guidelines. Guidelines for all the different, there are guidelines around. Don't misunderstand me. But there's a lot of guidelines around, and it would be good to find them on one place.
Thank you, Axel.
As a private company, I would say money, but it would be a very short answer. No, what we need is not money, it's a structure. Imagine all of these tools are like crops, tomatoes or things like this. The European, and thanks the European Commission, gave us, the money to plant the seed, prepare the field, give water, and then suddenly, no more water. So what happens? It dies, and you have to restart it again. So what we need is a structure that coordinates the irrigation, the flow of water, so that these tools never dies, never stops. Because when it stops, you need to redo the technology, you need to regain the audience, because we show the tools to the audience, and then they have to wait for 2-3 years. They don't see anything. So this is why continuity is essential, and only a structure can, maintain continuity between projects and grow. Thank you.
Thank you. And we still have Eleanor online, so would you like, from your experience, to tell us one recommendation?
Yes, thank you, I would. It's being able to search across the universe of data so that anyone who's lost something is able to search across all the art theft databases, even museum databases, to try to identify do research and narrow down their search and locate things. Interoperability, I guess it's called.
Thank you very much to all of you. All the audience was aware about the position paper, that the policy recommendation that we've created in the framework of EnQuise, which is very much online with these approaches that you have: criminalize, interconnect, create guidelines and network and structure. And of course, the issue of money is a very pending one. It's also about sustainability, and this is something that we will also address in the next steps of this morning. So, Benjamin, you have the floor for the next step of the program.
Yes. So thank you to all of our speakers. Sorry for the little technical difficulties we had. I would like to thank you again, Véronique, for chairing this session. So now we're going to take a little break, take a little coffee break, so you can join us just outside. We are running a bit late. Sorry for the next participants. And the next session will be advocacy for the European Competence Center. So in 50 minutes, back in the room for this session, and thanks to everybody.
frescoes and mosaics dating back over 1,500 years. On July 15, 1974, the Greek colonels in Athens staged a coup against the president of Cyprus, Archbishop Makarios III. 5 days later, on July 20th, came the Turkish invasion of the northern part of the republic. 165,000 people fled from the Turkish troops to the south. The whole of the north, 36% of the territory of the republic, is still occupied by Turkish troops, and Nicosia is to this day a divided city. After the invasion, there was a systematic destruction and plundering of all the Orthodox churches and monasteries in the Turkish-occupied north by order of senior officers. These were no Turkish Cypriots. Like the Armenian monastery, all the sacred Orthodox buildings have fallen victim to vandalism and art theft. Archbishop Chrysostomos explains.
Από ιερά σκεύη, από ξυλόγλυπτα, από εικόνες, τα έχουν αφαιρέσει και έχουν κατακλείσει τις αγορές της Ευρώπης και της Αμερικής και οι νέοι μας σήμερα, εκτός του ότι είναι λαιλατημένοι, έχουν γίνει αρκετοί μουσουλμανικά τεμένοι και λειτουργούν ως διάφτα. Έχουν αρκετοί ναοί δυστυχώς γίνουν αποθήκες διάφορων αντικειμένων. Έχουν γίνει κέντρα διασκεδάσεως και το χειρότερο έχουν γίνει στάβλοι ενός ζώου.
With brute force, like voracious treasure seekers, people behaved like animals and literally tore frescoes out of the churches. Top-quality UNESCO World Heritage artworks were destroyed, like the head of the Archangel Michael from the Church of Christ Antiphonitis, which dates from around 1190. Numerous artworks were not only destroyed during the robberies, but are now lost forever. The robbers were followed by merciless experts from international art dealerships. Using the latest methods, they removed the frescoes from the walls in order to be able to put them on the market in as sound a condition as possible. The wall fresco from the Church of Christ Antiphonitis, dating from the end of the 15th century, showing the tree of Jesse, was taken apart to order. The art collectors were shown a photo of the whole fresco, picked out the head that they wanted, and ordered it for a high price. And only then was that detail of the fresco removed from the wall. Numerous icons and elaborate carvings from the icon screens, frescoes and icons from Antiphonitis and other churches in the Turkish-occupied sector of Cyprus, worth more than 30 million euros, were found by the Munich CID in 1997 during a search of the house of Aydin Dikmen, a Turk living in Munich. The Republic of Cyprus is still waiting in vain today for the return of the artworks. Kyrenia, the most beautiful port in the Republic, is picturesquely situated at the point on the coast where the Pentadactylos mountain range runs down to the sea. Until the Turkish invasion in 1974, some 4,000 Greek and 800 Turkish Cypriots lived in Kyrenia. Today, 28,000 Turks live here. Turks from Ankara, Istanbul, and Anatolia, with Turkish Cypriots forming a small minority. The demographic changes enforced by Ankara in 1974 create grave problems. In 1974, a total of 501,000 Greek and 116,000 Turkish Cypriots lived on the island, whilst today there are 730,000 Greek Cypriots plus 220,000 other people in the occupied sector of the Republic, of whom only about 85,000 can be regarded as Turkish Cypriots. Even this Christian site, famous in the life of St. Barnabas, nephew of St. Mark the Evangelist, fell victim to art theft after 1974. The monastery, which is open to tourists today as an icon museum, is a farce. Nothing remains of the original precious decoration of the church. Worthless icons of the 19th and 20th century are exhibited here in a haphazard manner, whilst the museum is self-proclaimed as the savior of the Christian art of Cyprus. Often, the search for plundered churches is made difficult by the fact that all the Greek place names were changed to Turkish on orders from Ankara. In Lisi, we met Turkish Cypriots from Paphos in the south of the island who'd left their homes in 1974, allegedly voluntarily, but in reality with incentives, sometimes threats from Ankara. Mustafa Şevket helpfully showed us the way. He's able to report in detail on the plundering under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Inside the church, we're shocked. Chaos reigns. Nothing but chaos. Here, not only have art thieves been at work, but there's also been wanton destruction. Nervously, Mustafa tells us in almost perfect Greek.
Και τοποθέτησεντες είναι καταστροφή. Μεγάλη καταστροφή για τον τόπο. Σκοτογραφίες εκείνες τις συγχωρές, έβαλαν πανί, εκολλήσαν το, κοιτάζει, συνταλείς, ο κόψας σε τεμάτια, Αμερική. Αμερική στο Ιούστο. Ναι, Αμερική. Και το ξέρετε το όνομα για άνθρωποι που κλέψει. Το όνομα
At that time, the church still stood in the middle of a Turkish military camp. Walter Moser, head of the art tracing section of the Bavarian CID in Munich, explains that the case of Aydin Dikmen is the most spectacular art theft of his career and for the CID.
Beim Tatverdächtigen auch diese Fotos gefunden, die belegen, dass er oder seine Mittäter aus diesen Kirchen und Klöstern Fresken und Mosaiken entfernt haben. Und wenn wir jetzt sehen, ein Bild von einer Wandfläche, hier wurden Teile bereits vorgezeichnet und ausgesucht, wie sie später in Natura dann nach Europa gebracht werden sollten. Hier sind Täter beim Abnehmen dieser Teile zu sehen. Hier in der Apsis wird ein Freskenteil entfernt und es ist zwar nicht eindeutig zu belegen, dass der später Festgenommene einer dieser Täter gewesen ist, allerdings, wenn man bedenkt, Aufnahmen beim Täter zum Belegen dieser Echtheit, dann kann man eindeutig von einem Tatzusammenhang sprechen.
Chaos akin to the end of the world. These are the vestiges of barbarianism. The church of Panagia Kanakaria on the Karpas Peninsula in the occupied sector is also one of the few remaining monuments to early Christian art in the Mediterranean region. The architecture of the exterior does not betray anything of the fate that also befell this masterpiece of Byzantine art. The church has been desecrated. All its art treasures, mosaics dating from the period between about 530 and 560, frescoes and icons have fallen prey to thieves. Parts of the apse mosaic turned up in America in 1989. In August, art dealer Peggy Goldberg had to give some answers to the district court in Indianapolis. She had acquired the valuable pieces in Munich and offered them for $20 million on the international art market. In the meantime, the main section of the mosaic has been returned to Cyprus without Peggy Goldberg making any claims for compensation and can be marveled at in the Byzantine Museum in Nicosia. The defilement of the Orthodox cemeteries in the Turkish-occupied sector of Cyprus is unimaginable. This cemetery on the edge of the village of Prophytis Elias is just one example. We saw only one cemetery in the north where there were no shattered graves or overturned crosses to shock visitors. Even from the outside, one can make out the plundering of the Christian churches. It's clearly visible. And then the inside of the church itself. As in all churches,
we will start again with our next session. Please take a seat. Ils sont dissipés. Ah oui, déjà. Thank you very much. Welcome back. So the first session set the scene, the diagnosis, and now we will hear from different voices what might the solutions be. So I have the honor to welcome our first speaker, Valentina Vassallo from the Cyprus Institute, and she's going to talk, and we saw it before with Eleanor, for example, about the need for data standards. Valentina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. So I will start saying that in the illicit trafficking combat, we often hear that it's difficult, for example, to locate objects due to a lack of data and information. But actually, this is partially true because the challenge today is not the absence of data, is more the absence of trusted, secure, and standardized channels to share it across institutions and borders, both for documented objects and also for objects that are at risk, so that we can think they are looted. Then on a further level, we already have police databases. We heard before from Eleanor. We have museum catalogs. Nowadays, with the AI tools and monitoring systems, we have a lot of these solutions, but they rarely talk to each other. So what is needed is to connect them at the data level, so the right people can quickly find and use the right information. And as you all know, traffickers are very fast, and defenders of heritage, they have to be faster. So this is very important in this environment. And to be faster, they had to put together all the scattered information that they don't communicate each other. So this is where we had to start, from the needs of the various professionals working on this field. So we have museum employees, law enforcement agencies, and field experts in general. That these people have to work, we have to work every day, trying to locate these cultural goods. And we need something that can help us and that can facilitate our daily work, sometimes also a tedious work of research and monitoring around. So Guardian CH, you saw it before in the video, developed by the Anke's project, has shown how a shared and standardized database can solve these issues and can connect the different cultural heritage institutions, the law enforcement agencies, and professionals, conservation professionals, around a common operational tool for trafficking response. But what is this tool? What is Guardian CH? Guardian CH stands for Global Unified Archive for Reducing and Deterring Illicit Activities and Nurturing Cultural Heritage. And as we saw before, is one of the 6 tools developed under the Anke's project. It is a database for looted cultural goods that can be used, as we heard from the video, to aggregate, organize, share, and exploit then the data. So this tool was also developed as a direct response to the community's need for a system that could share all this data and can have also a real-world applicability in the combat of illicit trafficking. The tool uses a metadata schema to provide a detailed description of the looted objects, because, as you all know, a rich semantic description of heritage assets is particularly crucial in the in the combat of cultural heritage. So a detailed documentation provides the essential information for identifying stolen or illegally traded artifacts, supporting all the organization in this to recover and repatriate the objects. So Guardian CH uses a shared way of describing information about looted objects to put together the many different databases and integrate, aggregate, and harmonize them to a shared description and search more effectively the data. And of course, we use object ID. We heard before that this metadata standard was also developed by different professionals. So it's very important, and it's very appropriate for help in the description of data, also from different perspectives of different professionals. But we didn't stop here. We also used this metadata model for the backbone of the database. But we further customized and extended, and also semantically aligned to CDOC CRM, to be used essentially for standardized procedure to document and comprehensively describe the artifacts of the shared database. Maybe I can say a bit how it works, also this Guardian CH. Mainly, it has two ways of aggregating data. The first one is more manual. So imagine that you have an handwritten catalog. It's the case of many museums. And you have the possibility to digitize. We were discussing before about the lack, sometimes also digitization of this data and looted data. So this is an important element to describe the objects. And then there is also a second way that is instead more automatic. And through this system, we can put together the objects already digitized in existing databases around the world. So in this way, we respond to the need of the interoperability that we were discussing also before, and to put together the data that are available around. And in this way is also a way not to replicate solutions, but put together the solutions. This is an element, but another element that is important, that is related to interoperability, is also the possibility for Guardian CH to put together all the other tools. At the moment, of course, we are integrating the tools developed under the ANKIS project, but in the wider perspective, this is also a way to put together not only databases and data, but also different tools, and create the links that we need to search for looted objects. So in this perspective, this is also a possibility to come together and to have, for example, a European competence center dedicated to combat the cultural heritage illicit trafficking, because this would provide also the permanent governance and infrastructure to turn these isolated databases into a federated operational network, so making this data not a simple time aggregation, but something that is more spread, and where this integrated system of operational tools and data sharing can institutionalize the documentation as the foundation layer of any anti-trafficking infrastructure, and possibly also accelerate the adoption across member states that we have currently uneven capabilities as well. So as a perspective, this is an umbrella that would allow also a collaborative and sharing environment, and also the sustainability in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina. Indeed, as you mentioned, we have uneven capabilities of sharing data, of gathering data. This is one of our problems. And because we need, we were talking about the fact that we need technological solutions, but technological solutions require to have data to work. And in this capacity, I will give the floor now to Professor Petros Patias from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. He is joining us online. Petros, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes,
Perfect.
Benjamin, I can hear you. Good morning. Actually, I'm in the airport now. Sorry, you don't see me now. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you, and we will put what you have prepared on the screen. Thank you, Petros.
So I'm going to speak about technology and interoperability. And I will be based on the experience we have with the Enigma project up to now. I have prepared 3 slides to make our discussion more effective. The next slide, please. So we're going to speak about the current state, what are we consider to be the current limits, and what we should expect from the European Competence Center. Next slide, please. So when we start Enigma, we're faced with 3 major challenges. One has to do with authenticity and traceability of cultural goods, where we discovered that the minimum amount of information that is being collected, it's not sufficient to authenticate and to validate provenance. The next challenge has to do with databases, repositories. We discovered that there were many registries, and most of them are non-interoperable. Of course, there were activities on these, but these are supporting activities were fragmented. And also, to some degree, there were limited awareness and shared understanding of the problem. Then there was a 3rd challenge that had to do with the documentation and the registration of the cultural goods. Most of the goods that have been illicitly traded were unregistered, undocumented. Some of them were fractured, and many of them had fake provenance. So what we contributed, and we were aiming also in advancing the impact that you will see in the slides. First of all, we try to make some basic research on cutting-edge technologies, and we have developed ML and AI tools for metadata analysis in order to trace the undocumented cultural goods by associating them to known properties through smart clustering tools. Of course, we also monitor areas where the probability of illegal digging and looting is high. In order to work with repositories, we try to interlink disparate databases and to advance the information sharing among various databases through smart metadata and context connections. A major thing that has to be done and has to do with the societal impact now, it was to provide more collaborative and communication environment and public engagement tools, and also to do so that new applications and services could be developed in this sector. Next slide, please. I'm sorry that this slide is very thick, so you can read the text, but I will go through only with the major keywords. Up to now, we're accustomed to refer to readiness level as technology readiness level mainly. But this is not the only thing that we should have into account. I try to let's say to cluster the different places where the readiness levels make some sense, and that has to do with the quality of data and access to data, methodologies, and the legal aspects. As you see, the quality of data has to do with unknown and undocumented data, as well as the quality and availability of the documentation of the data. The amount of information that should be available in order to trace these cultural goods, the need for the holistic documentation, and the note that the quality and the relevance of the data sources are heterogeneous. So that has to do with the quality of data, and in order to assess these limits, we need to advance the quality, the technology readiness level. Very similar to that is the access to the data, and that has to do with the openness of the data, the interoperability of the data, and the interlinking and accessibility of the different databases. Now, both these aspects have to do with the technology readiness level, but this is not the only one. So we should have into account that legal readiness level, societal readiness level, and organizational and operational readiness level are also very important. And as you see here, there are many things like technological barriers, social uptake barriers, economic barriers, and institutional and legal barriers that have to be addressed in order to advance this societal organizational order. Besides these, there are legal aspects as well, like the regulatory and governance barriers, legal aspects that has to do with accessibility and storage of the databases, and very recently, legal aspects that has to do with regulation and compliance of the AI tools. Next slide, please. So, what we should expect from a European Competence Center, if this is some kind of message that you need to take with you, is that we have shown that using the unique condition identifier and the integrated databases, we can connect disparate cultural heritage data sources at European scale. Still, these technological developments should connect to SSH research and should be based also on operational feedback from law enforcement. So what we should expect from a European Competence Center is to provide the permanent infrastructure to increase, evaluate, and integrate all these readiness levels that we spoke about, and into a sustainable framework in a European level. So this is what I have in mind to talk to you about. And next slide is to thank you for this invitation and wish you a fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Petros, for joining us. I think you are in a taxi, so that's a nice presentation you gave us. And you mentioned the tools and how we need to host them in a way and to integrate them in the European Competence Center. But tools need to be used by people, and people need to be aware of what is happening in the to cultural heritage in terms of illicit trafficking. So I am to talk about this topic about capacity building, awareness raising against illicit trafficking. I'm pleased to introduce you to Noah Charney, founder of the Association for Research into Crimes Against Art, ARCA. And so, Noah, we see you online. I hope you hear us, and the floor is yours.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me. So I'm going to talk mostly about developing awareness and training within this field with the idea of this European center in mind. And I'll begin with a story. It's the 6th of August, 2010, in Stockholm. The Swedish capital is bathed in fog. Around the city, cars are blazing, filling the air with the smell of burning petrol, and soon after, the scream of sirens. It feels like a coordinated terrorist attack. But no, it's actually a diversion. The real target is across the city, the Chinese pavilion in the grounds of the Swedish royal residence, Drottningholm Palace. A band of thieves smash through a set of double doors. The alarm goes off, but no one responds in time to stop them. They break open 3 showcases to steal an array of priceless Chinese antiquities, many from the Chinese imperial collection. It takes just 6 minutes for the thieves to escape. First by moped to Mälaren Lake west of Stockholm, and then by speedboat, disappearing into the mist-bound night, along with millions worth of stolen Chinese treasures, none of which have been recovered. So this sounds like the opening of a thriller, but it was a real story. And I begin here because cultural heritage protection is full of stories like this. This was the opening of a BBC series that I presented called China's Stolen Treasures. The stories of true crime involving cultural heritage objects sometimes involve famous names like Picasso, Caravaggio, Van Gogh, and Klimt. Some involve archaeological sites, church altarpieces, stolen manuscripts, looted icons, trafficked antiquities, forged provenances, destroyed archives. Some are about war, some are about greed, some are about bureaucracy, and some are about noticing something odd on an invoice or a shipping label or an online auction listing. But the public does not first enter through policy. The public enters this through story. That's important for the mission that we're discussing, the creation of a European Competence Center, because if such a center is going to matter, It cannot only be excellent, it must be visible and useful, and people have to know why they should care. What's being imagined here sounds in many ways very close to a problem I was trying to solve back when I founded ARCA, the Association for Research into Crimes Against Art, in 2006. Now, at the time, art crime and cultural heritage protection were not really a field in the way we understand it now. There were brilliant people working on these problems, but they were scattered. A police officer here, a professor there, a museum security specialist, an archaeologist, lawyer, provenance researcher, criminologist, you name it. They were all looking at different parts of the same elephant, we might say, and they were doing so independently. So what ARCA tried to do was create a bridge between them. We became, as far as I know, the first interdisciplinary research group devoted specifically to art crime and cultural heritage protection. And we founded some things that, as far as I know, were also first. So the first peer-reviewed academic journal in the field, which still appears twice yearly, the Journal of Art Crime. We organize an annual conference in Italy every June. At the time, it was the only academic conference focused on the subject. And in 2009, we created what was then the first postgraduate interdisciplinary program in art crime and cultural heritage protection, which still runs every summer in Italy. The reason I mention this is not to be nostalgic or anything like that. I mention it because ARCA offers a small-scale model, self-funded, very much bootstrapped for something that Europe has a chance to do on a far larger and more permanent scale. A competence center can do several things. It can gather expertise. It can connect people who otherwise work in these silos. And it should provide standards, tools, advice, and infrastructure. And it should be able to help museums, police, customs, universities, ministries, heritage professionals all speak to each other in a shared language and with shared data and information. But I'm going to focus on two missions that are close to my own experience, which is training and awareness. So let me begin with training. The ARCA postgraduate program works because it was not built around a single discipline. It was built around the reality of the problem. Cultural heritage crime does not respect disciplinary boundaries. A looted object is not only an archaeological problem, it's legal, policing, market, museums, documentation, conservation, diplomacy, a moral problem, all of them combined. And the training should reflect that, the inherent interdisciplinarity. Our model was simple, but at the time it was quite new. In fact, it was featured in the New York Times as having developed a new way of running postgraduate programs. We brought in leading experts for concise, intensive teaching periods. Full-time faculty are not needed. Let the students learn directly from people doing the work. Focused, practical, in-depth encounters with specialists, law enforcement professionals, archaeologists, art historians, lawyers, security experts, each teaching their own specialized, very deep, intensive course. And this matters because cultural heritage protection is not learned well in abstraction. It's learned through cases and from people in the field, a combination of professors like me and practitioners who are actually doing the work in the field on a daily basis. That to me is one of the great opportunities here, not just to collect expertise, but to package it into usable training. Usability is key. Short courses, summer programs, online modules, emergency toolkits, specialist workshops, training for museum staff, for police, customs, prosecutors, conservators, art market professionals. And the training should be modular because people do not all need the same thing. A customs officer doesn't need the same course as a doctoral student in archaeology. That's the training side. The awareness side is different, but just as important. And here I'll be a little blunt. Academics are brilliant, but often very bad at getting people outside of their fields to care. That's not because the work is unimportant, it's the opposite. It's often deeply important, and we tend to lead with information before we've earned attention. That's a habit that we academics tend to fall into. We begin with definitions and frameworks, typologies, policy contexts, methodological caveats, and all of that has its place, but it's rarely where the public begins. The public begins with a story. A missing Caravaggio, a looted temple statue, a forged Van Gogh, a treasure hoard, a stolen manuscript, a museum heist. These are not trivial hooks, they are portals. The story gets people in the door. Then once they're there, we can teach them what the story means and how they can help. This is how I've tried to work throughout my career. I don't write academic books for specialist audiences. I write books that are meant to be read. I host television programs and podcasts. I give talks at major museums, appear in the media, write for popular publications. I teach for Yale and the Smithsonian, but my courses are open to the public, not only to full-time university students. I once even fronted an ad for Samsung, but I tried to do it in a way that was going to be educational. So I developed a museum of missing masterpieces, lost artworks that featured on Samsung TVs when you turned on the TV. It was like a sort of missing persons campaign, but through a television system and taking advantage of the enormous audience that a company like that has. So this sounds very far from academia, but it isn't really. It's a pop lure to bring people to the table, to get them interested. I take serious research and present it in a way that makes someone who did not wake up caring about cultural heritage suddenly realize that they do care. It's not about dumbing down, it's really about translating for the widest possible audience. And translation is one of the great missing skills in our field, making people aware of the problem and its solutions, people who don't think they're interested in the problem yet. If we want cultural heritage protection to be taken seriously, we need to speak not only to ourselves, but also to the public, because public interest shapes political agendas. Politicians respond to voters, funders respond to visibility, and institutions respond to pressure. Media attention can move an issue from a specialist concern to a public priority. And true crime has this enormous public appeal. Lost treasure, mystery, it's all so interesting to the public, and we can take advantage of that as that initial lure, as long as we use it responsibly. And responsibility is the key word. We don't want to sensationalize cultural loss. We do not turn looting into entertainment without consequence. We don't celebrate thieves as charming rogues while ignoring the damage they do. But we can use the narrative energy that these cases bring to show people what's at stake. And that's where awareness becomes education. So if I were to offer one recommendation in conclusion, it would be this: build communications into the structure from the beginning, whatever project we do. Don't treat communication as publicity after the serious work is done. Awareness and outreach, that's part of the serious work. We need a media strategy. You have to have case studies ready. You have to have experts trained to speak in an engaging way to journalists, public-facing explainers. Build relationships with documentary producers, podcasters, make a Netflix documentary about building this center. Use what people already want to hear about, true crime stories, as a guide into the deeper issue. And I think this is a real opportunity that we don't simply build another institution, but build a bridge, and a bridge between experts and institutions, countries and disciplines, and most importantly, between knowledge and action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Noah. I fully agree with everything that you just said. Raising awareness is key if we want to put pressure, as you said, on the politicians, on the deciders, and this was a very great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Will jump now to our last mission, because we talked about data sharing, data processing. We talked about the need to raise awareness, about the tools, but for everything to work out, we need to have an infrastructure, and especially a data infrastructure. So I'm glad to be joined today by Xavier Rodier from the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique, who will speak in second place, I think. No, you will start. And Corinne Steinschneider from the Michael Cultural Association, a partner of Anquise, who is co-organizing this day. Corinne, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So thank you. First, thanks Marinos for organizing this event, and thanks for putting this topic in this on the agenda of this summit. It's really very important, and it's really the good momentum. I'm here as a representative of the data space for cultural heritage, and I'm happy to be there and to share this slot with Xavier, who is representing the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, and we are an example of good synergy and cooperation between platform, infrastructure, and data. So as said previously, since this morning, the issues of the data and standards in the fight against the trafficking of cultural property is key. We have different issues to raise and to find solutions to. The first issue is the availability of data. We've seen this morning how we miss data. We miss data for documentation, from inventory to training the tools. And even if we, in many European initiatives, in many projects, we all provided a lot of recommendations, policy briefs to European commissions and member states, we are still missing data. We are still missing support to digitize collection, to have it in good quality, to have shared standard, and able to reuse the data and reuse it for different purposes and for different stakeholders, because as you can imagine, it's not the same for the cultural institutions, for the law enforcement agencies. What we need in terms of description is different, and we have all the questions about the different layers of security, sensitive information. So we have this very huge issue. At European level, you may know that the European Commission provided recommendations, the 2021 recommendation, asking and putting as a target the digitization of heritage and monuments at risk for 2030. And as we see from the first evaluations, it's not yet reached, and we are not sure that it will be reached. So we need first to get, all the data we need in good quality, and with the standard harmonized, interlinked specificities. We need a really political will, and this is very important, and this is why this summit and this day are very important. So we need a political will to be able to support the institutions to digitize their collection and to digitize in such standard and format that we can use it. So it means, as it has been said by Monica this morning, it means budget. It means budget for equipment and for the staff, and it means upskilling and really this question of the support. The support should be at the two levels, and as you can imagine, for harmonizations, it's also, again, a question of policy, a different one, but it's a question of harmonization of policy and adoption of common standards. The point is that it's not only a question of one domain that has to be harmonized, but it's different sectors, as we said this morning. So this is the first point. The second point is the question of the standard interoperability, but you've heard this morning all the speakers speaking in details, and they are experts about it, so I will not go again on this, but it's clear that we need it. One point again about advocacy and policy at European and international levels is that this morning the speakers highlighted how international standards and frameworks play a crucial role. And organizations such as UNESCO, Interpol, ICOM have developed database, ethical guidelines, documentation standards to support the protection of cultural heritage. And still, we see that data governance and international standards are not adopted everywhere. So again, it's really important to use this momentum to advocate for this. This momentum is also the momentum of the Culture Compass. So we have a compass for culture, and inside it, we have the topic of the fight against illicit trafficking. It's not a European initiative, but it's in the list of the priorities. So we have to push it, and in relation with it, we have to push in the next funding at European level to have this support to the fight against illicit traffic, and in particular in the digital perspective. So we need interoperability, transparency, innovation, and legal harmonizations, and this at European but at global level as well, because we know that it's really a global issue and a systemic approach that we need to have. Second point is that Europe has invested heavily in cultural heritage data and infrastructure. We have the data space, we have the ECOS, but we have also EOSC and other infrastructure that exist. But we still need more. We still another effort, and it means that this question of the European Competence Center could be the next step, let's say, because we need a dedicated layer for anti-trafficking data, and this is the point we want to raise also with Xavier. So it means that for us, the European Competence Center could act as a hub, because the idea is not to reinvent what is existing again, but it's more about how to find a way to facilitate the life, let's say, of all the stakeholders, how we could have a central hub, if you want, a hub of reference with the tools that you mentioned, Valentina, but also a reference point for all the stakeholders to find the data, the tool dedicated to the fight against illicit trafficking, including the one available through the data space and the cloud. So it means maybe some links toward existing infrastructures or some inventories, and maybe not again a place where another platform, let's say. But we need to find a way to centralize information, and we need a way also to test. I mean, it means having data in good quality, but it means also having the tools to reuse and a way to test. As Petros talked about, we need to have a technological readiness level, but as the topic concerns different stakeholders, it means that we need to co-design some tools and always update the technological tools, because we know that crime is going fast with technology. So it means that this hub for data and for tools must be in relation with an observatory as well. I mean, always up to date, let's say, to the evolution of the crime. And so again, it's the relation between the tech and between the researchers in humanities, in technologies, in all the areas. So it means that it should be a hub, an agile hub, having data and tools, but also having a pool of experts, always discussing about the advancement of the crimes, the advancements of the technology to be up to date. So this point is also very important, so not consider only this as a technical issue. And so it's really about the fragmentation, we talked this morning, to European framework and systemic approach. So with this, I will leave the floor to Xavier, because maybe you have a solution. No, part of the solution.
Thank you for the baton. I'm not sure that I have a solution, but I have some idea about what you talk. Indeed, inside in the how we can work together with the different infrastructure, existing infrastructure, and so on. First of all, thank you for inviting me to talk at the name of the Cultural Heritage Cloud through the ECOS project. Thank you also to Marinos for organizing this week. These topics about illicit trafficking is the last but not the least of the last for the week, but not the least on the important things that we have to address, mostly in the cultural heritage communities. It concerns all of us in the in this different scope. As I say Tuesday, but also Wednesday this week, I think this kind of link between these different initiatives is very important. We are, as you say, Corinne, we are already working together with the data space for cultural heritage, on the cloud for cultural heritage, but it's very important to highlight and to demonstrate, to show to the policymaker, particularly at the European level, that we are on the same way to work together with these different projects. The Cultural Heritage Cloud represents an important opportunity to organize European digital cultural heritage around the shared, open, and collaborative framework, the Cultural Heritage Digital Commons. Its purpose should not be to replace existing institutions or competencies, but to make them work better together. For this reason, its governance must be based on subsidiarity, recognizing the responsibility of local, regional, national, and European actors, while creating the condition for stronger coordination across them. By working closely with initiatives such as the European Open Science Cloud, EOSC, the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage, the European Initiative, and the relevant research infrastructure, the Cultural Heritage Cloud can become a key contributor for the creation of cultural heritage digital commons in Europe. Its long-term success will depend on its capacity to remain useful, trusted, and responsive to the communities it serves. The Cultural Heritage Cloud is being designed as one of the most significant digital platforms for cultural heritage in Europe. In the coming years, it is expected to host, connect, and make interoperable an unprecedented volume of documentation on cultural objects, collection, sites, and their histories, progressively becoming a central reference point for, we work for that, a single entry point for heritage professionals, institutions, researchers, and public authorities across the continent. This centrality carries a specific responsibility. Cultural heritage data infrastructures are not neutral instruments. Depending on how they are governed, they can either actively support the protection of cultural property, or, if insufficiently regulated, risk becoming vectors of opacity and misuse. The illicit trafficking of cultural goods thrives precisely where documentation is fragmented, provenance is obscure, and institutional oversight is absent. As a large case, under-governed cloud infrastructure could inadvertently reinforce this condition. It is why it's necessary that the governance framework of the Cultural Heritage Cloud be designed from the outset with a clear awareness of its potential role in countering illicit trafficking. In order to leverage the Cultural Heritage Cloud to combat illicit trafficking, the cloud is a framework for tracking provenance and protecting cultural heritage. The Cultural Heritage Cloud is being designed to support heritage protection, provenance tracing, and risk management. Concretely, ECOS promotes within the ontological framework a set of structured classes and properties directly relevant to the legal biography of an object. As integrated on the widespread use of the cloud across multiple domains and cultural professional communities, will substantially enhance risk assessment and recovery capabilities related to illicit trafficked objects. Cross-referencing and structured querying would allow competent authorities and professional users to flag objects whose physical characteristics and geographic attribution are inconsistent, where the purported expressed narrative or provenance or conservatively appears suspiciously similar to material deriving from recently reported illicit excavations, or to objects recently reported as stolen from a public or private collection in the cloud ecosystem. The integration of the tools and services built by the project like Anki's and their other, of course, in the Cultural Heritage Cloud is the way to provide a digital continuum for all the actors of the sector. Ultimately, the cloud should help ensure that digital transformation strengthen cultural heritage as a common good. If governed in an inclusive, transparent, and forward-looking way, It can support more resilient institutions, richer knowledge production, and a more democratic and inclusive circulation of cultural heritage data, tools, and resources in Europe and beyond. In this way, the cloud plays a major role for the fight against illicit trafficking. The Federation of Operational, to conclude, the Federation of Operational Initiative to Anti-Trafficking through a European Competence Center therefore fits perfectly within the objective of the Cultural Heritage Cloud, working in conjunction with cultural heritage data infrastructures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xavier. So you've discovered the 4 missions of the Future Competence Center. It's a lot to take in. So I'm inviting to the floor Marie-Véronique Leroy from the French Ministry of Culture, and she will summarize what has been said and also give our position to what can come next to build the Competence Center. Thank you, Marie-Véronique, for joining in, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Benjamin, for the introduction. Thank you very much to the organizer for having me here. So I'm representing the French Ministry of Culture, so a member state, but also I'm the vice president of the Michael Culture Association, who has been heavily involved in the European project on this very topic. Like Corinne was mentioning, the fight against illicit traffic is a priority in the cultural compass. We have seen that the topic is not new because we have been having policies at national level, actions at national level, but also at European level since many years. So the topic is not new, but maybe the challenge is getting harder because what we are seeing now is that with the challenge, new technological advancement, such as 3D and AI, the fight is getting harder and harder. What can I say? I can say that all the major, the core missions that we heard of, they are serving this major goal. So the standards are important. We mentioned it several times. It's not that there is a lack of standards, because there are many, but there is a lack of interoperability between the standards. And the standards are not shared at national level, at local level, and then at European level. So there is a need for a framework for more interoperability. We also saw that the data, the tools, and infrastructure are essential in the fight against illicit trafficking. We also heard that there are many European initiatives for specific purposes. So the data space is like about gathering all the data and providing this pool of data in the context, or the wider context of the European data strategy. And then there is the European cloud, more for the professional and for having the tools. So even considering the fact that there are these different big European initiatives that are facilitating, encouraging the data sharing, we need to have them collaborating with each other, with the EOSC, with the DARIA initiative, all those initiatives, so that actually we'll kind of facilitate the work for the institution. We'll lessen the pressure on them because the budgets are getting low. So it's not about getting one data export for each of the purposes. It's really more about how you can facilitate the data flowing from the institution to the national level and then to the European level. So basically the data is there, and we have to take into account the differences between the different cultural sectors. We have heard of it since this morning. A museum object won't be described in the same way as a book or archival document, and the fight against illicit trafficking is concerning almost all those kind of items. So that means that we need to have specific features to facilitate this data sharing, the data access, and with the specific purpose of fighting against illicit trafficking, we need a specific space with secured access so that cultural stakeholders and law enforcement authorities can collaborate efficiently and also safely. Because some information are invited and encouraged to be widely shared, and some other have to be kept as a secret so that we can keep a kind of margin of advance and not be beyond a delay. We also heard about capacity building, so that as well for cultural professionals, when they are cataloging, when they are producing the data, so they are making sure that they are providing all the information, because so far, considering an object missing is a kind of lack of efficiency in the work. So in some cases, this kind of information is not documented, because that would be a bad repetition for the museum. We need to remove this kind of pressure on the museum and invite them to be very transparent about their inventories and documenting their inventories. We also need to have a capacity building for the law enforcement authorities, because the cultural heritage is not their sector, this is not their professional area, so we need to make it more also accessible and also more reliable, that we are sharing the same information and the same practices for the fight against illicit trafficking. Sorry, moving the page. So in a context where digital accelerates the access to the information, so you can be sure that the looters and the traffickers are faster than we are. So the legal layer is also something that needs to be considered, because as you know, all the member states don't have the same legal framework. There is interoperability at legal level with the open directives. So having some elements on that, like it was suggested by the Professor Klein, is also an important factor. So we really see from all of these missions that we need a more coordinated approach. We need to reinforce the major achievements and outcomes that were developed over the last years in the framework of the national action, but also in the European projects. And we also need a shared governance that would benefit all the concerned stakeholders. So we can see that the challenge is quite important because it's about taking into account the specific organizations at national level, considering all the major European developments happening almost right now, taking also into account European political elements. There was the mention of the Nicosia Convention, for example, and all the developments in the facilitating and accelerating the data sharing. So I was mentioning 3D and AI just before, and like implementing standards like persistent identifiers for the records that we are sharing, implementing protocol like IIIF for the image visibility and documentation. These are really key elements in order to facilitate this data sharing in a high quality way and also in an efficient way. So I can quote Eleanor Fink this morning, who said, we need interoperability across the universe of data. We have a cloud, we have data space, so we're in a galaxy of data. So we need interoperability in that. So coordination and sharing efforts regarding capacity building, also at the level of the institution, is very much essential, because we need to facilitate and foster that in the language of the member state, because in the European project, we mainly work in English, so we have to declare to make a version at national level for each of the member states. So what I want to finish with, it's what we have been hinting since this morning, is that we need a shared organization. So the center of competence that we have been mentioning since this morning, that could be this center for having this shared governance, these shared frameworks, interoperable data, and a model that could really facilitate and accelerate this fight against illicit traffic. This was also a shared final recommendation from the EnKIS project and also the Enigma and Aurora. So this is also showcasing a great collaboration between 3 European projects. And also that will give also the possibility to support and sustain all these efforts that have been led at national and European level. And also, since it is a European priority, it will be supported, and it will have to be supported by the multi-annual financial framework. Thank you for that. And I think Corinne was willing to say something about the use case.
Yes, just 1 second. No, just we wanted to highlight the fact that in the current action plan of the data space, we are developing a use case to focus on the new type of information that would be needed from the data sets we are aggregating and publishing in order to better support the fight against illicit trafficking. So it's the first test, a use case, and the idea is to continue to work on it, and hopefully with Xavier and the cloud, and see what are the possibilities. That's it.
And that's a good example on how you can actually collaborate on very concrete level on the basis of data sets, on how you do mappings, how you actually come to some kind of interoperability between the standards and also in the processes, because sharing data to the data space and to the cloud, it's not straightforward. You need aggregators to facilitate that. You need help. You need to also build the capacity of the institution. I mentioned that. So having some concrete example and some kind of how to proceed is the way to follow. And having the center of competence who would bring all this in the same place and also will be facilitating the sharing of best practices is the way to go. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to thank all of our speakers, Valentina, Corinne, Xavier, Marie-Véronique, and online Noah and Petros. So you've heard about the Competence Center for a solid 2.5 hours. Now I have the pleasure to welcome my colleague from Microculture Association, Marco Fiore, who will present you briefly our idea of how it will work as a hub, as Corinne just said, for fighting illicit trafficking of cultural property. And then we will close with a roundtable trying to pave the way forward and the institutional way with our next speakers. But first, Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Benjamin. And I have this infamous task to bring you to an idea of what we mean by competence center. Yes, we talked about it for 2 long hours, but I think it's important for us to tell you what we want to achieve with this and what are the objectives, what are the mission that we think. And I'm coming in a tough spot because I think that most of the things, the most important things that we would like to do and to see have been said during the day. And this is a clear vision for the fact that the sector needs an holistic response in this way. So I will keep it short. Someone once told me that an effective speech is under 7 minutes, then proceeded to have a speech of 30 minutes. So maybe I will try to not do this. We talked a lot about the problems and what we already have in Europe. So just a recap for those that are following now also from the web. We have a lot of chip put in for European projects, also almost 18 million euros in EU research projects that produced very good results in terms of research, innovation, networking. We need to capitalize on all this, of course. Then, as you all know, we have very good special units in all around Europe. We can mention some. For example, the OCBC in France. Then we have Carabinieri TPC in Italy. Then we have the Guardia Civil in Spain. All this knowledge and these very effective units are scattered across Europe. So this idea also of coordination in that sense will come later. And of course, we have a strong legal framework in terms of directives, and 1 directive and 2 important regulations for the import and export of cultural goods that create a very important framework, a political framework also coming from the EU Action Plan on the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural goods, published in 2020. All this, but in terms of structural gaps, inequalities, we have these inequalities between law enforcement agencies across Europe, because yes, we have very good expertise in countries, but most of the countries do not have a specialized unit on this, on this subject. I think it was pretty clear during today's discussion that we have a data silos in different type of data. And this creates very structural problem to go on and to effectively have a response to something that is per se, as a phenomenon, cross-border. And then the legislative gaps in terms of implementation of what is set out there by member states, by the Commission, that is not closely monitored enough or is not implemented in the right way, in an organized way. That means that we have loopholes that criminals can exploit. So this was just a brief recap. And at the center of all this discussion is the fact that we have different communities that should cooperate in order to solve this issue. It's not only law enforcement agencies that can act on this and they are at the helm of the fight. Of course, they are a very strong actor, a very important actor in this fight, but this doesn't mean that they have to work alone. I think that also the structuring of this conference today was to show you that we need different expertise, we need different communities involved, and they shouldn't be siloed. Cultural heritage institutions can be at the helm of the fight, can intervene at the forefront. Social sciences and humanities researchers can give us a context on why things happen this way, what are the impacts, and we need to have this type of data to actually counter the phenomenon. Technology developers can bring useful solutions, but the moment they do not communicate with their users, they're not able to bring technology that is really answering to a need. And then civil society organizations are able to speak to civil society. Now, before he was talking about the importance of raising awareness, of course. So in this civil society, they can be great. At the same time, they can speak the language of the political language. So to translate everything that is coming from the sector and bringing it to the policy making. And this doesn't mean that this slide, this graph, doesn't mean that the communities have to speak. They shouldn't be siloed in reference to law enforcement agencies. We are talking about destroying these silos, these walls that we have between communities, to let them speak together and to cooperate all together towards this goal. And so, why a competence center? The first is that, as we intended, and I will use some words afterwards to explain what we intend by competence center, it would allow speed and political feasibility. It's something that can be done quickly with Horizon Europe funding, in this case, and then can be transformed in something else if there is a need, according to the business model that there is the need of. Then we have this problem, this issue of all the communities that are siloed. In this way, something that starts as interdisciplinary, then would bring together all together on equal foot, and then prefiguring the future. And this is what I wanted to say. We've been, I think we mentioned the competence center as a formula probably 50 times today, which is good. And it's the foundation of the policy brief also that you see at the entrance. That is everything that I'm saying now can be found also there. But it's a formula. It's not a legal statute. It doesn't have to be. There isn't something as a European competence center as a statute in Europe. We have examples. There is, for example, the European Cybersecurity Competence Center that is actually an agency, so the agency status is something that exists. Then we have the European Competence Center for Social Innovation that is on a different domain, but has different objectives and a different structure. And then in our sector, as was mentioned also today, for CH, a competence center that started as an Horizon project, a coordination and supporting action, then transforming what is right now the 3D4CH, a structure that is funded both by member states and Europe. So it's important to keep in mind this, because this phase that we are proposing is about thinking what would be the best solution afterwards. And this is, finally, you see a graph about what we would like to see. Let me go through it quickly. A European competence center that is interdisciplinary should have these objectives in mind. And you may find, you will find definitely all the things that were said today. And I noted down some of the keywords that came out of the today's presentations. We need to criminalize, we need to interconnect, we need to enhance the searchability of data. The funding, of course, is fundamental for this type of actions. This idea of breaking silos between communities, between data, between also capabilities. Well, to do this, we need a watchtower, something that works closely with those on the field and gathers data, intelligence data, and also research data, social sciences and humanities, to understand the phenomenon and why this happens, so that we can attack it at the roots. Then there is the research and development. The research and development is also the incubator part, where we take innovative solution that can be technological solution, but not only that. And then they are brought to the public. They are being co-designed also with the communities of reference. And then we have community engagement. It was said it's very important to raise awareness, and that's, the awareness raising is about awareness raising and bringing the importance of this subject to the public. The community engagement is about nourishing the relationship that we see, the professional relationship that we see inside the sector, that for the moment are informal. They're not written on paper, but they are at the core of the transdisciplinarity of the fight. This means that we need something that engages the community, that brings together all the type of knowledge and mainstreams it across communities, across professionals, across member states. Then the training and capacity building, that wouldn't just be the training of law enforcement agencies by specialized units to mainstream best practices, but it would also mean training those professionals, like the museum professionals that can be at the helm of the fight. How can they be there? Journalists, how can be there for the fight? All these type of communities. Let's train them in this way. Alert rising is a very important thing that we discussed. It's the creation of user-friendly protocols in order to let the public communicate and to able to raise an alert if there is a need. The crisis management, I think it's clear in this situation. Coordination of all the units, all the communities for response to a very concrete crisis. And then the eighth objective is actually an holistic objective, an overwhelming objective towards everything that has been said. This is not, and let me be clear, to reinvent the wheel. This is not just, okay, we are putting something new in Europe and we're just scraping everything that has been done. No, this is about coordination of what is already there, the best practices, all the projects that have been done, all the research, coordinated into a united effort from Europe. Window of action is immediate, and this is the last part. We have two crucial moments right now. The European budget, the multi-annual financial framework, the next European budget, is the frame in which we could find economical funding for a long-standing answer to this. But to get there before that, and of course we can interact with the making of this, but to get there, we have to prefigurate. And as you might know, a coordination and support in action under Horizon Europe is currently published as a call. And this is the place where we could think about the future. We could try and test all the objectives that were outlaid today, and we can find what is the best option to go further. That said, I think we have a panel right now that is going to discuss about this, but I think it made it very clear that we need to act now and to think about the future in a coordinated way in order to find a good solution for all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco. I think you summed it up pretty well, but now we need to, as we just mentioned, find the way towards the establishment and the institution of the competence center. For this, I will welcome back again to the floor Véronique Shankowski, who is going to chair the last session of our morning, and then we will have a lunch and we can continue the discussion all together. I have also the pleasure of welcoming, she will be connecting online, Snežka Quadvig-Mihailovic from Europa Nostra, Eftimios Shaftakolas from the Department of Antiquities of Cyprus, Marie-Véronique Leroy, again from the French Ministry of Culture, and Charalampos Georgiadis, our partner from the Enigma project. We will normally also be joined by Marinos Ioannidis, but he is currently... you're here. I didn't see you. So please, Marinos, come with us. And I will give you the floor, Véronique. You can start this session. Thank you.
Okay, so you've heard about the framework that we are thinking about for this competence center that we would like to advocate for. Now the idea of this roundtable is to have different specialists and different expertise to discuss the readiness of the European institutional ecosystem to support these ideas from the civil society perspective of Europa Nostra, from the national authority perspective of the Cyprus Department of Antiquities, from the academic and UNESCO perspective embodied by the UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage, from the French Ministry of Culture, and from the Cypriot Presidency of the Council of the European Union. So each panelist will address the center proposal from the standpoint of their institutional mandate, and we hope to have indication about the conditions under which their institution could contribute to or support its establishment. I think we can start now with Snežka, maybe, because your organization, Europa Nostra, has been for decades the voice of European civil society on cultural heritage. And from the perspective of the heritage civil society community, I would like to ask you what makes the present moment the right moment to call for a European interdisciplinary competence center against illicit trafficking, and what role does civil society see for itself in such a center? The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Do you see me? Do you hear me?
Just a moment, because we have to adjust the audio system.
Snezhka, can you talk to see if we can hear you?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, very low. So maybe we're gonna check the sound, and I will give you the go.
Can you? Yes.
Okay, it seems better now.
It's better now. I think you can start. Thank you, Snezhka.
Okay. Dear colleagues and friends, thank you so much for inviting Europe and Oslo to join this important panel discussion. As you know, I'm not far away, but unfortunately I cannot be with you in Limassol, because at the same time that you are having this vital conversation in Limassol during the Digital Heritage Summit, we are having our annual European Cultural Heritage Summit in Nicosia. So we are very far. We are very close, but I could not be in person there. And as I speak, in fact, here around me is going on an important Europe and Austria Agora policy event, and afterwards the European Heritage Hub Forum, both of them dedicated to the important issue of Mare Nostrum, heritage as a soul of Mare Nostrum. But thank you to Multicultural Association, our very dear colleagues and friends, and we are delighted they're also very active members of the European Heritage Alliance that we are coordinating, and a big thanks to École Française d'Athènes and you, Professor Véronique Tchaikovsky, for including us with this vital conversation. And I think establishing also the bridge between Limassol and Nicosia, the summit, Digital Heritage Summit, and what is happening here in Nicosia is important. I think Grandel did that from the first day, our board member, and now I'm doing it because your conversation is, and the topics that you are discussing is vital. In fact, this morning we have heard an excellent presentation of Dr. Vasiliki Stefanidou, the Deputy Minister of Culture of Cyprus, Chair of the EU Council of Ministers. And as you know, she will be hosting and chairing the formal meeting of the Council of Ministers next week in Cyprus. And she this morning emphasized that combating illicit trafficking of cultural goods is wait a moment. Is this better?
Much better.
Oh, sorry. I'm not used to work with this.
No problem.
Okay. Now you hear my voice better. So, as I said, the Deputy Minister of Culture, who is of Cyprus, spoke this morning and stressed how important the topic of combating the illicit trafficking of cultural goods is for the Cyprus presidency of the European Union, and they will discuss that next week here in Cyprus, the ministers. But now we, as the voice of civil society, would like to tell you how much we support your position paper, and how much we support your call for the establishment of the European Interdisciplinary Competence Center. First of all, illicit trafficking of cultural heritage is not simply a heritage issue. And as your draft position paper states, it is first and foremost a social, economic, a criminal phenomenon, and it is embedded in transnational networks, conflict economies, and uneven national capacities. And so it concerns security and governance, it concerns organized crime and conflict financing, and in particular, it concerns communities and their identities and memory. Because when cultural objects disappear through looting and trafficking, communities lose far more than physical artifacts. They lose fragments of their own history and of their collective identity. And this is why protecting heritage is fundamentally about protecting people. And all your project and NCHI's project that we are very pleased as Europe and also to be part of your advisory board is all about finding the concrete institutional pathways. It is about convincing diagnosis, but it is also finding these concrete institutional pathways. And despite important European regulatory frameworks, significant political attention, and years of project-based investment, our response still remains too fragmented, insufficiently interdisciplinary, and often constrained by the temporary horizon of funding circles. And this is something that, together with Michael Culture Association and with the entire European Heritage Alliance, we want to fight against fragmentation. Because if we, all organizations in the cultural heritage field, if we are fragmented, we are weak. And if we get together, we can achieve so much more. And that's why we also commend what the NCHIS project and your position paper is proposing. So we welcome the proposal for a European interdisciplinary competence center. What strikes us positively in your proposal is that it does not aim to create another administrative layer or duplicate existing structures. Rather, you aim to transform fragmented excellence into systematic effectiveness. And the concept of an agile and inclusive facilitator is particularly important. And equally important is its interdisciplinary nature. The challenges we face cannot be addressed by one sector alone. We need law enforcement authorities, heritage institutions, researchers, technology developers, civil society organizations, and educational communities to work together in a permanent and structured manner. And we are obviously, as Europa Nostra, delighted that the civil society was recognized as one of the 6 core communities of the future center. The competence center. Civil society organizations possess extensive networks, local knowledge, and public trust that institution alone cannot easily replicate. They connect the political with the operational level, and they help translate policy into action and action into broader public engagement. I'm also very pleased by the recognition of the foundational role of social sciences and humanities. Technology is, of course, indispensable, but technology cannot operate in isolation. Artificial intelligence, digital documentation system, data infrastructures, and interoperability tools offer remarkable opportunities. And you all gathered in Limassol this week know that better than anyone else. But without archaeological expertise, provenance research, social analysis, and humanistic interpretation, technology risks becoming disconnected from reality. And as your position paper notes so well, technological innovation without interdisciplinary cooperation risks creating further fragmentation rather than overcoming. Therefore, our challenge is not simply technological, it is institutional, and it is human. And let me also just add, because I'm speaking from Nicosia, from our summit that has the slogan, heritage of the whole of the Mare Nostrum, that also your fundamental discussion today has an important Mediterranean dimension. The Mediterranean region is one of the richest cultural landscapes in the world, but also one of the most vulnerable. And this morning we heard impressive contributions in addition to the Deputy Minister of Culture of Cyprus, also European Commissioner Kostas Kadis, who is responsible for the fisheries and the oceans, and Her Royal Highness Princess Dana of Jordan, UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador, President of Petra National Park. They all spoke extremely eloquently about both the richness and the extreme vulnerability and the necessity for cooperation and for coming together. And this is vital also for the action for combating illicit traffic. So all what is happening here in Nicosia is passing the message that heritage can and should become a bridge between societies, but only if we invest in long-term partnerships and cooperation structures. And that's why we believe that it is indeed a moment to act all together, to move from fragmented initiatives to a coherent European response. And what you are proposing for the European Competence Center is exactly that. So this is, once again, congratulations on the exceptional quality of your work. We, as Europa Nostra, stand ready. Europa Nostra, European Heritage Alliance, also the European Heritage Hub, to contribute in whatever meaningful way we can do to the further promotion of this proposal and hopefully with effective implementation. And greetings to all of you in Limassol, and also Professor Marinos Ioannidis, who is the main convener of this digital heritage summit in Limassol, building also the bridge between our two summits. There is a symbolism that we are meeting in Cyprus exactly the same week. So let's continue to build bridges also between our organizations in our respective work.
Thank you very much. It's also a nice testimony of the interoperability, interconnection between two initiatives at the same moment. We were speaking about civil society. I would like now to move to the example of a national authority that lives the operational reality of trafficking on a daily basis. Efthymios Shaftakolas from the Department of Antiquities of Cyprus, your department operates at the front line of the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural goods in a country that has suffered very much and that has long borne the cost of looting. From the perspective of a national authority, what would a European Interdisciplinary Competence Center concretely change in your daily operations, and what conditions would such a center have to meet to truly serve member states?
Well, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to this event. I must confess that I'm neither a politician nor a manager. I'm an archaeologist who deals firsthand with illicit trafficking on the team of illicit trafficking of cultural goods for the Department of Antiquities. So we are indeed on the front line of what is happening in Cyprus. Of course, I was born after 1974, so I didn't experience the invasion, the emotion of the people of whose cultural heritage was uprooted and looted and stolen. But that is our mission to try and deal with illicit trafficking. Now, the Department of Antiquities had a very hard job after 1974. And it was a harder job than what is faced by other countries which are facing looting from armed conflict nowadays, because then there was very little technology. There were black and white images. In some cases, we do not have photographs at all. We have drawings that were done in archaeological handbooks or catalogs. We have descriptions, sometimes very few dimensions. And what we do have is, for the most part, in paper form still. In the last 20 years, since 2009, we have started intensively digitizing our archives, because, as we heard today, the way forward is to digitize, and the way to be able to trace items is to have them digitized. So with EU funding, with funding from the Swiss Confederation, from the Norwegian mechanism, from various partners, we are carrying out digitization projects, employing young archaeologists to digitize not only objects that are currently in our museums, but also the current objects that are missing, to digitize the export licenses, because when you try to trace an object in an auction, you try to verify whether it has been exported legally or not. So you need all this information digitally, rather than leafing through pages and pages and pages of documentation. We are a small illicit trafficking team, but we are as vigilant as possible. We are watching the internet daily for mostly archaeological objects, but also for ecclesiastical objects, which these are basically also being watchdogged by the Church of Cyprus, who also have, well, they have better archives at the moment. And we're trying to do a coordinated effort with our legal services, with our customs officials, with the police. But it all comes down to having the right kind of training. And I was very pleased to hear today that one of the things with the Competence Center is about training. And we do need training. We need trainers. Because it might not be enough for me to tell a customs officer in Cyprus, you know, this is what a Cypriot object looks like. We might need trainers in Europe, somewhere, to be able to tell customs officers in other countries what a Cypriot object might look like, and vice versa. Cooperation, when we find an object and we have to immediately contact the police, Interpol. Interpol has to contact the Interpol in the other country. They will come and request the legal request, and there are delays on delays on delays. While, yes, okay, if there was a center maybe where we had legal experts who could advise, who could say, you know, yes, they have this issue, let's move forward like this, or we can contact these people, they will be more valid, they will be more relevant to your case. So there are many benefits to be had. I myself, I actually, when I saw the program, I saw that OSCE was mentioned. And I actually participated in a training seminar 2 years ago in Malta by OSCE. And that's the kind of training we need, where archaeologists, customs officers, and police, legal experts, prosecutors, they all come together and they get trained not only in their own fields, but in the fields of other people. You know, so I can see what the police have to do, what the prosecutor has to do, so that we can understand each other and be able to better combat the illicit trafficking. I think that's, I don't have something else.
Thank you very much. This national level is often connected to other dimensions and scales through European research and European projects. So I would like now to ask Professor Charalambos Georgiadis, who has been at the heart of the coordination of the Horizon Europe Cluster 2 projects on cultural heritage as coordinator of the Enigma project. Charalambos, how from this vantage point, how do you read the convergence of these initiatives towards a proposal such as the competence center, and what would it take to give a sustainable follow-up to the work carried out under cluster 2, how to go to the next step?
Thank you, Veronique, and thank you, Marinos, for providing the venue so we can talk about the competence center. Cluster 2 basically funded 3 different projects. It's ANSYS, Aurora, and Enigma. And these 3 projects, they were working for the last 3 years to provide solutions for fighting illicit trafficking. Each project saw the problem from a different vantage point, and during these 3 years, they developed a lot of technological tools addressing different aspects or the same aspects, but seen from a different perspective. And also they established a great network, and this network includes not only technology developers, but also social science and humanities, cultural heritage experts, and the people that are in the front line, like customs officers or police officers. The problem with these types of projects and research, it's not only for the 3 projects of Cluster 2, but also for other projects funded under different initiatives of the European Union, is that at the end of the project, you are at some level that it's close to being operational, but it needs more work to do that. And this happens to all 3 projects and other projects and also older projects. So what we need to do in order to be able to advance whatever, all the work that has been done and also maintain the network is to find other funding initiatives or find a framework or an umbrella that can help us find further funding. It doesn't have to be from the European Commission, it might be national funding projects. And this can only be done when you form a team. So, and this team can be formed through the creation of a competence center, because this competence center can offer a place that all the end users, and the end user might be museums, cultural heritage experts, auction houses, insurance companies, or law enforcement agencies, that they want tools and access to technology and data that they can help fight illicit trafficking. And this can be done through a central organization like a competence center. It can help fund the development. Also, it can bring in touch the technology developers with the end users, the law enforcement agencies. For example, even if you have a tool that can provide anything, it's tested, it's working, then you need to adapt this tool and put it in the operational context of the different customs office or law enforcement agencies, and keep in mind that you have also to address the legal framework at the European level, at the global level, or a national level, because you create the digital tools, you have the information, you can prove that something is illicit traffic, but this has to follow all the legal guidelines and all the legal obligations in order to be presented in a court. So it can be something that you can use to repatriate things or to prove that this is illicit, comes from illicit trafficking. So a competence center that encompasses all the different disciplines in one place can be a lighthouse project that can bring together everyone in the European Union at the beginning that goes to the fight against illicit trafficking. And also another thing that was mentioned in the previous session is awareness. So we just need also to educate younger people. I mean, I'm at the university, we have access to students, university students, but we also have educational programs for younger students. We need to educate them, not only about cultural heritage and how important it is to people, but also to show them things about how they can fight, how they can be aware, how they can report things that they think that is suspect when they see someone, for example, in a place that you know that there are antiquities in there and artifacts, and you see someone doing something something that is suspicious. So also give them something, give them a space so they can be aware about that and be able to participate in this travel and this fight against illicit trafficking. So thank you, Veronique.
Thank you very much. We have European projects, we have also international organizations, and Professor Ioannidis, as UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage, you have led much of the European reflection on the digital protection of cultural heritage, and you co-organize the present summit. So from your standpoint, where does a competence center dedicated specifically to combating illicit trafficking fit within the broader European architecture of digital cultural heritage, the common European data space, the European collaborative cloud, the cluster projects, and what added value would it bring, in your opinion?
Thank you very much, Veronique. In my introductory speech this morning, I said that we have to deal with the third biggest black market in the world. This network, which is behind, is smart and extremely intelligent, is using very advanced technology to make the business or to carry out their business. In whatever sense, from the looting up to the fight to the court, or even to selling and so on, the different items. Number one, great challenge, fighting against this business, which is there. Yeah? And to do that, we need to have something in place which is smarter and 10 times more intelligent than this black market network. This is one of the greatest challenges. There is where we start. Number two, we don't need to go so far away and make it so complex. Even the week here, where we brought so many experts together, and experts proved, well-reviewed, evaluated, and in place to carry out multi-million of euro projects in the volume of more than 70 million euro. They have a knowledge in place to shape the Horizon Europe. Yeah? We start now on a pan-European scale and from Limassol. Having that in mind, what it came out is that even if, and I mentioned that on Tuesday, 20 years ago, when we had here in Cyprus the first ever EuroMed conference, where it was the final event of EPOC. EPOC was the biggest ever EU projects, just to understand what the volume was, 150 plus partners, okay? And then as a follow-up project, the 3D Conform, isn't it, sorry, yeah? A center of excellence and an integrated project, as we named that on that time. And in Nicosia, where we were sitting, we had Interpol, we had Europol, we brought even the person in charge of the European Parliament, you remember, to do what? To set up this, what we discussed today. Nothing happened, okay? We need to be somehow smart and see what we did wrong and learn from that to improve and make it even better now, if we try to do that now. So over the years, every second year, Tom, you remember, we repeated exactly the same things. Even in 2016, we had people, we had Interpol. Interpol was always with us together. And we had a declaration which we submitted to Interpol, to the European Commission, in front of a commissioner, 2012, yeah? The Cypriot one, on that time on culture. So, nothing happened. It was just only declarations, but giving the light, here is the direction to move. So now, taking into account also the results of today and summarize, not to prolongate here the discussion, is that, yes, after so many different projects in place, after so many millions of investments coming from Europe, there is still not a pan-European standard or universal, let's say, de facto European standard of what? To document. And even if we document, we cannot prove that there is equality, as Tom mentioned that today, for example. Or asked, please, have that in place. You can help, you can support people like me. So, taking that now into account and saying that, yes, it's not anymore allowed to digitize if you are not in the position to prove that you can have high quality of results in place. And in a holistic one approach, in the interior as well as in the exterior of the object. If a missing person was found and is dead, what they check? What they check? The DNA. To prove that, what? The evidence. Yes or no? The authenticity. I'm taking now the words that all of you used here, and we used over the time, the week here. So we want a documentation which comes to a high quality authenticity results, which can be directly used, reused by people like Tom, law enforcement, customs, and so on. We need capacity building. We discussed that. Capacity building in CLAM, galleries, libraries, archives, museums, and so on. Now this CLAM, it needs to be CLAM, and M needs to be, extended, because you need to take also into account the customs and the police. They have to be also advanced. And advanced, as I mentioned earlier, in such a way to fight also the black market, the third most intelligent black market in the world. So, and then interoperability. We have everything is so well, super high definition and interior, exterior, whatever have data sets, but we cannot exchange them because each one of those data sets is in a whatever way written on our hard drives or on the cloud that cannot be used. Yep, garbage in, garbage out. Okay? So, taking this into account, this institution, which has to be in place, needs to be in such a way so that, and before we go, and before we propose to have that established, we need to go with a feasibility study, with a business plan, that this unique opportunity given for Europe, for the future of Europe and the world, Schnetzka mentioned that. Here is a lot of business in this black market. Tom, confirm, yes or no, in the Mediterranean area. So, taking this into account, the MENA countries, Julia, Middle East, North Africa countries, there is where the kingdom, and now with the wars around us in Ukraine, go down to from the eastern part down to the MENA countries. They are our neighbors, yeah? And we are not only us helpless, we are even helpless to help our neighbors. They are outside of our continent asking for help, for support, which means the first customers to help and support. And they have money. It's not that they don't have money. Saudi Arabia financed with 25 million the Dive into Heritage UNESCO project, which is one of the best projects of UNESCO, yeah, following the Dive into Intangible. Saying this all together, if we have all that together and submit it, then one thing is missing. This competence center needs to be, because the Commission is going to come after a couple of years saying money is out. And you know what? If money is not out, I can terminate the project, the whatever initiative. And we have several examples here in front of us. You see them here? Anderson, they were the coordinators of one of the biggest success stories in Europe. You know what? One of the biggest business worldwide, the data long-term preservation. Suddenly, they receive a call and in written email, your project is terminated. We are running out of money. We cannot continue that. And like that, they did it several times. So we need to learn also from that. Therefore, whatever is going to be set up, whatever is going to be running, it needs to be an entity, yes, can be controlled, can be, let's say, monitored, and so on from time to time from an independent committee of high caliber of experts in this domain to review, to evaluate, and give also a good advice, yeah, not to kill, a good advice, how to improve. So with this in place, so feasibility, business plan, and independency, financial independency, focused on capacity building, but in the entire palette, not only CLAM, customs, police, and of course, this pan-European, universal, and so on way, yeah, we have a chance to be successful if we try to move forward. Yes, this data space, and I'm finishing, and cloud initiatives can help and support and make our work even in an ideal way to run. But European, the #1 and success story of the European Union. There is where you can see the European Union coming together, really, yeah? Is the only one example. There, 24/7, all the year around. If we take European and we say this library has a high quality of metadata, paradata, and data, then is not so much to be done so far as the repositories and so on concerned. This what I am asking now is, do you think that Europeana is willing to come and collaborate with us? That's #1. It's a challenge also, which we need to take into consideration. So unity in its clans, in all over the levels and in all over the places. And we are going to be extremely successful if we do that, at least with this what we wrote here. From our side, Veronique, we are ready when we summarize all the points that we, all the results that we had over the 3 days long discussions here with all this expertise of 70+ million euro investment, we are in the position to hand it over to you to include it, yeah, in the proposal.
Great.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Marinos. And yes, there are connections between great big organizations, research project, but there is also the level of national ministries. So I would like to ask Marie-Véronique Leroy about the French Ministry of Culture, because this ministry has been very active as a European actor on the question of illicit trafficking, building on the long-standing expertise of the OCBC and on a sustained European engagement. So from the perspective of a Minister of Culture, what role would you see for member states in the governments and the activities of a European Interdisciplinarity Competence Center, and what does it take politically for such a center to come into real being?
Thank you, Véronique. I'll try to be as impactful as Marinos, but in a softer way. So as you mentioned, the Ministry of Culture has been involved in this project at different levels for many years now. Actually following up this project, being directly involved, I've been involved in the Anquis project as being part of the user board and the advisory board as well. So for a ministry and a member state, it's not very natural to be part of a European project. It's not straightforward because it's a lot of work administratively, it's complicated and so on. But for me, I really see the Competence Center as a way to really be part of the conversation, actually have a voice in the discussion on the matter of the fight against illicit trafficking. And also, when you are part of a project, you can contribute to it, or you can even have an impact on the project, but this is at a very limited time. So as a ministry, we have a mission of public service, and we are in the long term, in the policy on making cultural good accessible to all, and also protecting our artists, protecting creation, and also fighting against illicit trafficking. So for me, I really see the Competence Center as a way to extend our mission at European level, making sure that all national policies are well taken into account at the European level, and also making sure that everything that would be as an outcome of the project or requirements happening at the European level in the Competence Center or the various projects that were happening are not differing from our own policies and our own processes, but also not disrupting our own way of working. So being part of the conversation is also one thing, but possibly contributing, elaborating together this framework on the standards and on all the tools that would be used is something that is very important for us. We have been sadly famous lately with what happened with the Louvre. You all know about it. Also, it was less visible, but the same thing happened also for the National Museum of Natural History with all the gold coins that were stolen. And also this happened some weeks after a major cyber attack. So that was not very visible, but when we think about stealing cultural goods, it's also about stealing data, because actually that museum was not able to recover their own inventories and databases. This is also why the coordination of efforts, also at a ministry level, because we are mentioning silos at European level between the different projects, but you are all working in big organizations. You know that silos are also in big organizations. We have them in the ministry, of course. This is really about how you can really collaborate all together with the same purpose. And we are, the Ministry of Culture, we are coordinating and operating the national aggregator, Ribambel. So the data aggregation, so we are basically working to publish the data on Europeana and the data space for cultural heritage. This data will communicate, will be interoperable with the cloud for cultural heritage and the other European initiatives. So really, the principle for making this working is you need to make sure that the data quality is there at source, that the policy that you are launching to fight against illicit trafficking is considered at source when museum professional, all the cultural professionals are working on sharing their data, using the tools when they are like also acquiring the object, because this is something that also happens, because when you are acquiring the data, you need to make the provenance checking, and in some cases, you are almost about to buy something that actually belonged to you, but it was stolen and you don't have the information about it. So basically, it's how to make a shared effort between the different services, the different entities that are involved in the process, and how sharing best practices, saying the model, the way it is organized also in other projects, other European countries, could also improve the way you are actually making this effort. So the data sharing, actually, it's also one of the key elements that I'm responsible for, because it's about making sure that you are not asking multiple times the same data for different purposes, but you are doing it one time, but you are doing it properly, with high quality, with standards I mentioned earlier, IIIF standards. So this is also a way to make sure that we are taking into account the things that were mentioned earlier, the object ID. So it's not about having one universal standard, but at least some standards that are all aligned together and then interoperable. And then having this aspect of coordination at technical level and political level that could be done at national level, but also at European level, thanks to this competence center. So how to make it happen? I would say that the first key element is the collaboration. Sorry if it sounds cheesy, but leaving the silos and the competition and actually work together for sharing the efforts for the public interest. I mean, that's the major element, because otherwise you cannot do it. Also, I'm not a private company like Axel Parks, but I'm ministry, but we also need money. We are also having our budget getting lower. So we actually need funding. And for that, we need the support from the European Commission to consolidate actually years of investment in this field. And also, I would say this is not actually the job of the competence center, but I would say that it will have, when it will take place, to seriously advocate for it. It's a European solution for storage and preservation. We are seeing this for the 3D digitization. There is no European solution at this stage. It's difficult to go to sovereign solutions that are not American, that are respectful of our own data regulation or AI Act or Interoperability Act and so on. So there is really a need for, at European level, to invest on that. And I think the Competence Center, with the big mission that it has, should advocate for that as well.
So thank you very much to all of you. I will just try to do a short wrap-up right now. And I think that first of all, we all need to thank you for your insight, which is very valuable and helpful. The idea of a competence center is obviously something very ambitious, but the risk is also very high, and no need to say that this risk on cultural heritage is more and more increasing. It is also something that is for the young generation that has to also to solve the issue of climate change and the peace in the world. So obviously the issue of cultural heritage protection will not solve everything, but it may help. For some people it may seem pointless to focus on cultural heritage issues and artifacts at a moment when other human issues are at stake. But for sure, and we all know it, cultural heritage is keeping societies together. So it is a non-renewable resource that we have to protect. So having a competence center is part of the answer, for sure. But we need to advocate for this, because it doesn't go without money, and it has been addressed by many of you, that there is a huge need for funding, for money, for resources, and it's going to be difficult because of the increasing risk and question of priorities, and it is a paradox, but at a moment when there are different urgent priorities for security in Europe, it may be very difficult to advocate for cultural heritage, which is a paradox because we need to consolidate years of investment, and we cannot afford to lose the results of years of investment. So it has been this morning about the way to articulate this competence center and to approach the problem of fragmentation. We all agree that the goal is not to duplicate what exists already, but to connect and to be inclusive. So it has to be helpful, not to be a burden on organization, departments, national authorities that have already a lot to focus on. So agility will be a challenge not only because of what we used to call European bureaucracy, but very often what we call European bureaucracy is in fact our national bureaucracies connected together. So agility will be a great challenge in building this center. So which means that at the operational level, it has to be an integrated service offering. And this is what we are really thinking about, how to integrate different tools and offers. It has not to duplicate things that already exist, which means that it cannot be the solution for everything, and it has to connect with existing organizations that are in charge of different issues that have been addressed this morning, like interoperability of data and integration of data. But it is also an issue at the political and social level, because we will also have to change mindset and reach a European level of cooperation, which is maybe one of the most difficult challenges that this competence center will have to address, because it's not, interoperability and all the technical aspects are the basis of this integrated service offering. But it is also a political approach that is necessary for this European center, competence center to act and to be effective. So we have also to move to this European approach and to go a step further in that respect, which is a very interesting and challenging topic to address. And I'm sure that we've gathered a network of professionals, of practitioners, at a huge level of competencies, so we can be confident that it is something that we can achieve, but we really needed your insight, and we will need your support to advocate for this initiative in the present context. And we do hope that all together we will succeed in building something that will be sustainable for the future. So thank you very much for your patience this morning, for your insight, and I hope we can keep connected for this challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Véronique. Thank you to all of our panelists, speakers. Thank you, everybody, for being with us. And I think we can now go for a lunch just outside, and we'll continue the conversation. Thank you.